And we are live for the 2021 NFL Draft Day 1 live stream. Welcome to the Sports Corner. I'm Will, and I'm going to be covering the first round of the NFL Draft tonight. Obviously, it's 1 a.m. in the morning, so I kind of need to keep my voice down a little bit because we found out trying to sleep upstairs. But yeah, it's just going to be a chill live stream where we're just going to be talking through the first round draft picks, what happens. I'll have updates on the screen if it gets drafted. I'll try not to break it too early for you. But yeah, the first round, probably about 30 minutes until it kicks off underway. I'll have this ESPN page just up on in the background. When someone gets picked, I'll get the profile up. So, for example, if I look at Trevor Lawrence, it'll show his stats. When he gets drafted, I think he's going to be the first overall pick. I think everybody knows that. He's going to be picked first by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Last season, obviously, had 24 passing touchdowns, only 5 picks. So I'll just kind of have that up in the background as we talk through it. But yeah, get the comments in. If you are watching the NFL draft tonight on any certain platform, I'll take your glasses off because my eyes were hurting earlier on, but I don't want to leave them on for too long. I get to go a bit dizzy. Up the pill weight, how are we doing, Kieran? How are we doing? Who do you want your Vikings to pick? Are you nervous? Are you excited? For me, I'm excited for it because the Cowboys are picking high, and the last time they had a top 10 pick was when they picked Zeke Elliott in 2016. So let me know you want Kieran for your Minnesota Vikings. For me, I just want any defensive player. I'll take a corner, a linebacker, preferably not 10. If we're going to take a defensive end, I'd prefer a trade back. But yeah, corner is the corner's a position that I want for the Cowboys, definitely. Rowan's put, here we go. Scenes, Rowan, when the Jags do not take Trevor Lawrence. Nah, it's going to happen. I think they've kind of carved this pick in stone. As soon as the Jets won that game and jumped ahead of the Jags, so I think you'll be getting Trevor first overall. Any trade that gets in the second round, stick and pick, please. BPA trade back or line. Yeah, obviously you don't have a second round pick, do you, from the Yannick Ngakoue trade, which is a bit of a shame. But the Vikings have got loads of picks, so I can see you definitely trading back up and getting some more picks. Especially with all those fourth rounders you've got. I don't think he'll keep fourth rounders. Although we do know Spielman does love having the old 7th round draft picks. But I agree. I think our offensive lineman isn't where you're going to go in the first round. That's a definite. Whether it's Veritok, whether it's Darisaw, whether it's maybe a trade up for Slater. I think this is going to be an interesting draft because we've not had. We know the first 3 picks are going to be quarterbacks, and after that it's possibly offensive linemen and receivers. There might be the first defensive player might be pick 10. I'm finding the closest clip to myself if there's no Trevor. No, I think it's gonna be Trevor Rowan. If it isn't, it's probably the biggest draft shock I've ever seen. Because, like I said, we've ever since the Jags got that first overall pick, it's been Trevor, and the fans are already donating money to his charity. So if it's not Trevor, who else can it be really? It's not gonna be Zach Wilson, is it? But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, obviously the NFL like to take the piss. They start the show and say, "Oh, the NFL draft is starting," but then it's another half an hour until the frigging picks start coming in. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, who do you want? Because the Jags have got 2 first round picks on everyone. So who do you want with your other first round pick? I mean, I already taken Trevon Merrick, the safety from TCU, anyway. So could possibly be a pick. But if I have to make a prediction, I'm going to go. My top 5 are going to be Trevor. Trevor Lawrence is going to be the first overall pick. Then it's going to be Zach Wilson. 3, I think, is Trey Lance. I don't think the 49ers have traded for Mac Jones. And 4, I think the Falcons are sitting. They take Kyle Pitts. And 5, I think the Bengals are going to take Jamar Chase. They should take Penei Sewell, but they're going to take Jamar Chase and guarantee you that. I'll share my screen now and get some video highlights of the players that are going to be possibly picked. I'll use ESPN because it's probably the easiest way. So many videos of Trevor Lawrence. want to try and get his stats up. As you can see, though, Trevor Lawrence's stats, look at his stats ever since he joined Clemson. First year, 30 touchdowns, 4 picks, won the national championship. Second year, 36 touchdowns, 8 picks. Got to the national championship where he lost to Joe Burrow. Then his past season, I'll pause that because we don't want any adverts playing in the background. But yeah, next season they had 24 passing touchdowns, only 5 picks. He's going to be the first overall pick without a doubt. Yeah, I think it is starting at half past, mate. Yeah, I remember when we did it last year. I think we started the stream at 12:30, and about 50 minutes in, the first pick was made. So what's that? 20 past 1. I think will be the first pick. I think that'll be when the first pick is made. I mean, the first few picks shouldn't take that long anyway, because I think we know they're going to be Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson most likely. Yeah, Zach Wilson this past season with the BYU Cougars, ridiculous season, 3,692 passing yards, 33 touchdowns, only 3 picks. If you look at his career, his 2019 season only had 11 touchdowns and 9 picks. This season just absolutely exploded off the scene with 33 touchdowns and 3 picks. So, I mean, I remember you telling me, Kieran, at the start of the season, Zach Wilson was the target for the Vikings, in your opinion, and now he's rocketed up to the number 2 pick. It's pretty crazy how high this man's stock has gone up. But his pro day was fantastic. His pro day was absolutely brilliant. He kind of smashed the process. So I think Zach Wilson will be going number 2, definitely. But his let's look at Trey Lance's stats. Are they on ESPN or are they on some separate? I don't think they've got a photo for him of ESPN, have they? No, for some reason they don't have a photo of him. I don't know why that is. But as you can see, this past season, he only played 1 game. We had 149 passing yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. But if you look at the season before that, he had a whopping 28 touchdowns to 0 interceptions. So the 49ers, if they want a player that's not going to turn the ball over, it's going to be Trey Lance. 0 picks. And obviously for his first pick in his only game of the last season. Warning, Zach Wilson sucks in the 4th quarter and will throw 6 picks in the Super Bowl. That is true. Never draft Zach Wilson if you're doing a Madden rebuild, because he will choke in the Super Bowl. He'll throw countless picks. So do not pick up Zach Wilson if you want to win a Super Bowl on Madden. Who's your draft day slide prediction, Kieran? I'm going to go with Micah Parsons. Yeah, I'll go with Micah Parsons because I think he could easily go in the top 10, but he could also slide very easily because I just don't think. Well, if you look at the top 3, the top 3 are going to be quarterbacks. Number 4 is probably going to be Kyle Pitts. Number 5 is an offensive lineman or a receiver with the Bengals. The Dolphins are going to pick a receiver. The Lions could maybe pick Micah Parsons, but I think they could trade back. The Panthers probably trade back as well. The Broncos is probably the first place I'd see Micah Parsons go. If he didn't go to the Broncos, I think he could slide quite far. But the upside is there for Micah Parsons, so I wouldn't be surprised if anyone took a shot on Micah Parsons. The guy I'm interested though to see where he goes is Mac Jones, because if he goes 3 to the 49ers, there's going to be a lot of angry 49ers fans. I mean, look at the season. He had 4,500 passing yards, 41 touchdowns, and only 4 picks. Won the national championship, but you've got to take into account that he had Devontae Smith, he had Jalen Waddle, he had a ridiculous offensive line. He was in the perfect situation. Very hard not to succeed with Alabama. So Mac Jones, I wouldn't pick him ahead of Trey Lance. I won't pick him. He'd be my 5th quarterback, basically, Mac Jones. He's not athletic. He's pretty good in the pocket, but he's not got any legs to run around. He's not a scrambling QB. He's not the modern quarterback, basically, what I'm trying to say is Mac Jones. So, yeah, if he goes pick 3 to the Niners, I think there's going to be a lot of angry Niners fans. But if Mac Jones doesn't go 3 to the Niners, we could see him probably slide, because who really would trade up for him? Did the Patriots say they sold on Mac Jones? Do they want to trade up for him? I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. But yeah, I mean, I don't know when the draft's going to start. Like I said, the NFL do take the piss a little bit by getting started with the draft. But hopefully, I mean, with the Jags shouldn't take too long on the clock. The Jets probably won't take too long. It was like last year when the Bengals were going to take Joe Burrow. They took like 9 minutes off the clock to pick him, even though they probably picked him. Well, they were going to pick him anyway. They took 9 minutes to pick him. I prefer the NBA draft in terms of the clock, because I'm pretty sure in the NBA draft you get 5 minutes to make your decision, even in the first round. But the NFL you get 10 minutes, so it drags out quite a lot. And Kings of Leon are playing as well. I didn't even know they still existed, to be honest with you. But as I mentioned, my draft day slide would be Micah Parsons. I'll show you what he did last season. Well, I think he sat last season out, actually. I don't think he played the 2020 season. Yeah, so he didn't play the 2020 season, but in 2019, 52 solo tackles, 5 sacks, and 4 forced fumbles. If you watch his highlights, he's just a ridiculous athlete. Sideline speed is unbelievable. Gets in the backfield. Compares pretty much to Devin White of the Buccaneers. So if you want speed in the middle of your defense, voice break. If you want speed in the middle of your defense, Micah Parsons is your man. I just don't know who would pick him up. Broncos maybe. But other than that, I think the Giants are targeting offensive line receiver. I think the Eagles maybe need a linebacker, but they've never taken a linebacker high. These two need offensive linemen. So I'm really interested to see where Micah Parsons goes tonight. Because the talent is there. The upside's there for Micah Parsons. But another defensive player that I think is going to be taken early is obviously Patrick Surtain, the second at Alabama Crimson Tide. As you can see, the past season, 22 solo tackles and an interception. Didn't play many games, but he has been a 3-year star at Alabama. And he's just one of the more cleaner prospects. Like, you know what you're getting with Patrick Surtain. An elite corner that's played against the best competition. He's got good size, 6'2". He's a perfect, well, he's a prototypical mold for a cornerback. But Roger Goodell is on the stage with, I believe it's Steve Young, Jarvis Landry, and Joe Thomas. So hopefully the draft's going to be getting underway pretty soon. The Jags might be on the clock in a matter of minutes, hopefully. But it's just good to see the fans back in the stadium. Obviously, last year we had the virtual draft, and it was good for what we had to work with. It was good what we had to work with, but it's much better seeing the fans there and the players also in the green room. It just gives you more that draft feel. Last year it was just kind of, well, it was all just online, wasn't it? Roger Goodell sat in his basement eating his M&Ms. It's not Steve Young, it's Bernie Kosar. I got that completely wrong. Looks like Steve Young. On the clock, apparently. Thank God for that. I'll get it up on the screen. I've also made presets for I've made like banners, just in case these certain players get picked. The Jags are on the clock though, so I'll leave that up there. I think we all know it's going to be. It's definitely going to be Penei Sewell. Nah, it's going to be Trevor Lawrence. Are you nervous though, Ron? Are you nervous or excited? Like, is there still that little bit of doubt in your mind that thinks they're not going to take Trevor Lawrence? If I was a Jags fan, I'd be pretty nervous and excited at the same time, to be honest, because you think it's Trevor, but then also there's a chance it might not be. You just don't know. Roger Goodell taking his time though to talk through the guests that are here. He has got his draft chair though as a Roger Goodell on the stage that he sat in last year, during last year's virtual draft. Looks like someone's been brought onto the stage. I'll get some more prospects up. I'll get another cornerback prospect. I'll get up J.C. Horn, who rumours there's teams in the top 10 that really like J.C. Horn. The Panthers apparently a big fan of him. I'm pretty sure he only allowed 8 completions this past season, which is absolutely ridiculous. You know, you've played pretty much a full season. You allowed only 8 receptions. You played against Kyle Pitts, only go at 44 yards against Kyle Pitts, which is not too bad, considering how good of a player he is. So J.C. Horn's that type of player that he's going to take your number one receiver and he's going to fight him to the death, pretty much. He's very good in man coverage. A little grabby according to some scouts, but I think he's just a very tenacious cornerback, and that's how it is. Decent ball skills, got 2 interceptions, a lot more pass breakups in his time at South Carolina than he had interceptions. Yeah, he had a total of how many pass breakups there? That's 23 pass breakups in 3 years. That's very, very good production there from JC Horn. But as I mentioned, Peninsula is also another player. He's going to be taken early in this year's draft. And there it is, Roger Goodell says the Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock, finally. Roman's put minority shots, but once Trevor is announced, it's chill, then pitch to the next pick. Yeah. And you're on the clock now, Rowan, so you've got 10 minutes to wait. Hopefully not 10 minutes. Hopefully they turn the card in so we can get through it a bit quicker, because I think we know where they're going with this pick. But Peninsula, again, only allowed 2 sacks, I believe, in his 2 years. At Oregon, sat this past season out, I believe. This guy's this guy's probably going to be an All-Pro. So whoever gets him is going to get an all-world player. Look out for the Chargers, maybe trading up with the Lions or the Panthers to come and get this guy, because he played with Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert's on the Chargers. I won't be surprised if the Chargers target Justin Herbert's old left tackle. The chemistry would already be there. So I think Peninsula could definitely be a good option. Another offensive lineman that I think is going to go early is Rashawn Slater from Northwestern. Early in the draft process, I think many people had him as a second-round pick, but I think as more people scouted him and looked at his film, they realised how talented he actually was. Went against Chase Young and pretty much blocked Chase Young at the game. I mean, not many NFL offensive linemen can say that, but Rashawn Slater did that in college. And Northwestern, they just seem to keep creating these very, very good players. They've obviously got Greg Newsome, who's probably going to be a first-round pick tonight at cornerback. So Northwestern creates some good players. I think Rashawn Slater's going to be a good player in the NFL. I mean, I had him going pick 13 to the Chargers in my mock draft, but I don't think he makes it out of the top 10 personally. So I think if you want Rashawn Slater, we're going to have to come up and trade and get him. But then again, with all these quarterbacks getting taken and everyone trading up for quarterbacks, talent's going to get pushed out of the top 10. I mentioned that the first defensive player might not be taken until the 10th overall pick. So I'll have to wait and see. But I think one of the biggest surprises of this draft is Justin Fields, and how he's just completely disrespected, in my opinion. And people saying that he's the 5th best QB in the draft. If you look at these stats, obviously in his first season only had 39 attempted passes, but in 2019 he had 41 touchdowns and 3 picks, 67% completion percentage and 3,000 yards. This past season wasn't the same, but they didn't play as many games this season, obviously with the COVID. He still had 2,100 passing yards, 22 touchdowns, and only 6 picks. And he's mobile. He's the prototypical size for a quarterback. I don't get the Justin Fields here. I really don't get it. I think it's very possible that the New England Patriots might look to trade for Justin Fields. Trevor Lawrence was just shown there, sat on his sofa. 7 minutes to go on the clock. I'm surprised the Jags haven't put the pick in yet. But I'll turn it up a little bit so I can hear what's going on. I'm sure it's not copyright if we hear the sound. As long as I'm not showing any pictures, I think I'm all right. So we can have the sound on in the background. That's no problem. But yeah, I've seen people comparing Trevor Lawrence to like John Elway. I don't think he's that good of a prospect coming out. I mean, John Elway, that's a very, very high statement to make, but I think it's very, very fair to compare him to Andrew Luck. I mean, Colin Cowherd said that Sam Darnold was the best QB he's seen since Andrew Luck, so he got that completely wrong. But I think it's fair to say with Trevor Lawrence, like as soon as he committed to Clemson in 2018, people were saying this guy's going to be a first overall pick whenever he comes out in the draft. And they were right. Obviously, like I said, he won that national championship in the first year. Got to the national championship final, lost to LSU in his second year, and then this past season they obviously didn't make the final. But still, we know what Trevor Lawrence is. 6'5". He's the prototypical size for a QB. Now, there are people saying he should put on some more muscle so he's got a bigger stature in the pocket, but he's got a big arm. This guy could be, he could be one of the best QBs to ever do it. If he lands in the right situation in Jacksonville, get some good offensive weapons, to work with. See what Urban Meyer does with him. Obviously, being the Ohio State head coach, it's his first year in the NFL as a head coach. Yeah, 5 minutes to go on the clock, as Rich Eisen just said then. Still no pick has been made by the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's another thing with Trevor Lawrence. No off-field issues. You know what you're getting. He's a pro person on and off the field. He's gonna be committed to football all, and you've got nothing to worry about off the field. He's not like he's a Johnny Manziel prospect or anything like that. Stephen Pope, where is he going? Where is Justin going? I presume you mean Justin Fields, mate. Well, I don't know where he's going yet because the draft hasn't started. But if I had to make a prediction, probably say the New England Patriots. I think he's going to fall out the top three, definitely. I think the top three are going to be Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and Trey Lance. And I think after that, any team that wants Justin Fields is going to have to trade up for him. And I think that'll be the Patriots. I think the Panthers and the Pats have been talking about a possible trade all day. So I think Justin Fields could be a Patriots player. No, we'll have to see if he'd beat Cam Newton out for the starting job. But the fact that the NFL have allowed, the fact that the NFL could allow Justin Fields to get to the Patriots is sad because, once Bill Belichick gets his hands on a talented player like Justin Fields, the Patriots might be winning games again. Obviously, they only just missed the playoffs last season, the first season without Brady. But it kind of exposed Bill Belichick as an average coach, really, because, how many years has Tom Brady carried that Patriots team, even when they've had average receivers, he's carried them to Super Bowls and won Super Bowls. And then last year, the first season without Brady, Belichick misses the playoffs and Brady wins the Super Bowl with the Buccaneers. So Belichick's going to want to come into the season strong. He spent a lot of money in free agency, brought in a lot of players on the defensive side of the ball. So now he might try and get his quarterback of the future in this year's draft. Will they all go places tonight? So basically what it is, it's the first round tonight, Stephen. So not every single player is going to be drafted tonight. There's over 200 drafted. Well, there's over 400 prospects, I believe. 253 people, I think, are drafted in the end. Tonight, you're going to find out the first 32 players that are picked. So obviously, the highest rated prospects are going to go earlier. And as you get further down the rounds, less highly rated prospects are going to be picked later on. But you can still find some late gems. Just because they're a high pick doesn't mean they're guaranteed to be good at the next level. But 8 minutes gone now. 8 minutes gone now from the Jags, and they've still not put the pick in. I mean, if it's not Trevor Lawrence, who else can it be, really? It's going to be Trevor Lawrence. I don't know why I keep saying that, but it's going to be Trevor Lawrence. But the Jags still haven't turned the card in. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah just said there, as soon as they knew that the Jags would have the first overall pick, season ticket price went through the roof. I'm not surprised because a player like him, Trevor Lawrence, is going to sell tickets. He's going to, offense. Defense wins championships, but offense gets the fans in the stadium. That's what everybody wants to see. That's the exciting part of the game. Stephen Pope's put, so your best quarterback said tonight, I'm thinking cheeky 20 on field, 7-2 go to Patriots. I mean, go for it, mate. I mean, I think the Patriots are definitely a contender for him. There's been news coming out all season, all week long that the Patriots are very interested in Justin Fields. And if he falls beyond pick 7, I think the Patriots are going to call up and trade up for him. And there's rumours that Stephon Gilmore could be involved in those trade talks, along with some picks. So it could get very interesting if Justin Fields falls. But Justin Fields is definitely going to be picked tonight. I won't worry about that. Just depends when he is picked. There's 100% going to be picked tonight in the first round. He's a first-round quarterback. Definitely. And the pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I can't believe it's already been a year since the last draft. I was saying it earlier on to Kieran. Absolutely flown by. Since we did the draft stream last season, and it was actually virtual. There were no fans there, which was a shame.
Harry. Hello, mate. What are your tips for the big game? Yeah,
with the advert playing, Harry Redknapp for some reason turned up. Maybe he's watching the draft at home. Stephen Pope will go tonight, though. Yeah, Justin Fields will go tonight. It just depends where, but he will 100% get drafted tonight. And this is definitely Trevor, says Stephen. Yeah, this is definitely. This has got to be Trevor. So it can't be anybody else. I'll turn it up so we can hear the commissioner. Love the draft one. It's so good. There it is. Rowan, you can breathe a sigh of relief, mate. Because Trevor Lawrence is your new starting quarterback. And like I said, this pick has been in the pipeline for 3 years. Whoever got the first overall pick this year was going to pick Trevor Lawrence. 100%. It wasn't going to be anybody else. See if I've got it on TV. Yeah, that's fine, mate. But yeah, like I mentioned with Trevor Lawrence, it's the smart pick. 6'5", he's got the size, he's got the arm, he's an accurate player, he can move, he's mobile. He's pretty much the perfect prospect. No off the field issues at all. He's the perfect pick for Jacksonville as they continue their rebuild. Picked up Marvin Jones in the offseason. James Robinson was a breakout star for them last year. The defense is going to improve. I think they'll pick up another defensive player with their second first round pick tonight. So yeah, the 2018 national champion, ACC champion Trevor Lawrence goes to the Jags, as many people predicted. It was pretty obvious. Now the Jets are on the clock, and the New York Jets are fair to say they're an interesting team. I won't be surprised if they picked a left tackle or something, even though they've already got Mekhi Becton. Bernaldo's put, fuck me, I wanted Trevor Lawrence to New England. If Trevor Lawrence went to New England, mate, it'd be game over. If Bill Belichick got his hands on Trevor Lawrence, it'd be game over. But, yeah, unless you were going to give up your first-round pick for the next 6 years, I don't think the Jags are ever going to move back from that number 1 pick. But you can still get QB tonight, Bernaldo. Put in the comments, are you happy with Cam Newton? Do you want somebody else over Cam Newton? Because Justin Fields could be an option if he falls. Mac Jones, Trey Lance, all these QBs could slide down. Because we know Zach Wilson's going to be the next pick for the Jets. 3, I think it's going to be Trey Lance or Mac Jones. So there's still going to be some QB left there for the Pats to maybe trade up for. Rest in peace, Gardner Minshew. You'll be remembered as America's number 1 QB. I just saw a report, Louis, that Minshew is now on the trade block for the Jags, and they're going to try and trade him through the draft. So I know Rowan's a big fan of Minshew. It's a big shame because Minshew would have. I mean, you pick Trevor Lawrence, Minshew instantly becomes the best backup in the league. Don't care what anybody says. There's no better backup QB than Gardner Minshew. He's got the best arm out of any backup quarterback. He's got the best mustache out of any backup quarterback. But if the Jags trade him, that would be a shame. Because I wonder who pick him up. Maybe trade him to the Dallas Cowboys, America's team. Brings on America's player. Cam Newton is like Joe Hart, says Bernaldo. Can be good, but not really what I want. Yeah, it's Joe Hart. He kind of peaked early, didn't he, Joe Hart, Paula? But yeah, I think with Cam Newton, you're not going to win a championship with Cam Newton right now. He's the MVP. Cam Newton is gone now. There's no way that Cam Newton's going to be the MVP ever again in his career. But I think you'll pick up someone else new tonight, Bernaldo. I think you'll pick up a new quarterback. Lewis put who to? It's not confirmed yet, maybe. I saw a report on JPA Football on Instagram saying that Gardner Minshew will be shipped around during the draft if anybody wants him. I think he'll definitely get traded. Right, so here we go. We have another 60 long haired man, but this one is millions better than 60 inch. Wow, I can't believe that, Rowan. I can't believe you said Trevor Lawrence is million times better than Minch. You were Minshew's biggest fan. But I can understand it because Trevor Lawrence is the shiny new toy. Trevor Lawrence can rest in piss. It's fair to say Louis is fuming about that, as Adama Traore would say. But maybe Minshew lands with the Lions. Do you think he'd better be out Jared Goff as the starter, Louis? I think he would. 100%. Well, Rowan, Minshew's always got a place in that. You've got a Minshew jersey, so you've got a collector's item right there because if he gets traded, you won't be able to buy a Minshew Jags jersey anymore. And if you want to buy one, it'll be for resale price, so you've got a collector's item right there in a Minshew jersey. I'd take him on the Lions over Jared Goff. Strange one, Jared Goff. Former first overall pick. Made the Super Bowl. with the Rams. Got traded this offseason for Stafford. I wonder what the future holds for Goff because he signed that massive deal. Hasn't lived up to it at all. Had a bit of a weekend to his career with the Rams. So I don't know what's going to happen with Jared Goff. Whether he performs well in Detroit, I'm not too sure. But I think the Lions get a target for him this in the draft early on. I predict Jamar Chase. If he's there, I think the Lions pick him up. There are rumours they wanted to trade up for him. The rumours that the Lions could trade up with the Falcons to get Jamar Chase. But the Falcons asking price is apparently too high. So I think they're going to sit. Kieran's put this draft gets very interesting at 3. Yeah, I think that's where the draft starts, mate. Pick 3 is where the draft starts. Number 2 is going to be Zach Wilson. The pick is in now for the Jets. Zach Wilson's going to be the pick here, but I agree, Kieran. Pick 3 is where the draft starts. The rumours are circulating around it's going to be Mac Jones or Trey Lance. Those are the 2 main names that we've been hearing for a long time now. I mean, I love it if the 49ers shocked everybody and took Justin Fields. But if I had to make a prediction, I'd probably say it's Trey Lance. I think Trey Lance will be the pick for the 49ers. He's got the higher ceiling and, there's no pressure for him to start. They've still got Jimmy Garoppolo. But, maybe if they trade Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance can step right in and be the starter. Rowan's put rumours that we may trade for a 4th, and so there's still hope. We'd love to see him start next year for another team. Yeah, I think Minshew, when you look at around the NFL, the starting quarterbacks in the NFL, there's still a few teams that don't have that adequate start. I mean, look at the Bears. They're 2 QBs. And Nick Foles and Andy Dalton. I'd take Minshew over both of those. I saw Andy Dalton last year, obviously playing for the Cowboys when Dak went down injured. Wasn't very nice to see because, Dak's never been injured in his career. And I thought Dalton would do a decent job, but he kind of underwhelmed. He pretty much showed that he's a backup at best now, unfortunately, which is a shame for him. Louis tried to buy a Minshew jersey off Rowan. Thing is, when you buy a medium-sized jersey, NFL jersey, it's massive. Like I bought a medium-sized Zeke jersey when I was in America, and it's huge. It's like a UK extra large. The second pick's in though. There it is. Zach Wilson's a New York Jet. I've already got the preset made because I knew it was going to happen. Zach Wilson is a New York Jet. As we said, it was going to pretty much happen. This past season was unbelievable for BYU. 3,692 yards, 33 passing touchdowns, only 3 picks. I think he won the Mountain West State Player of the Year on offense. I know Leighton Vander Esch won Mountain State Defensive Player of the Year when he was in 2018. That's why I know the conference that Zach Wilson plays in, because Vander Esch dominated BYU. But yeah, Zach Wilson's hyped. High-fiving all the Jets fans. I mean, if he's been vaccinated, fair enough, but don't want to be spreading COVID all around the draft room. But to be honest, I don't want to talk about COVID tonight because it's shit disease and I just want it to F off, basically. It's absolutely shite. But put in the comments what you would grade this Zach Wilson pick. I'd give it a B+. And it's not because I don't like Zach Wilson. I just think Justin Fields is the better QB than Zach Wilson. Coming into this season, it was Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields are the top 2 quarterbacks. And then it was kind of like, who's next? But Zach Wilson jumped up as the number 2 quarterback, after his pro day. I mean, you can't deny his tape. He's fantastic, Zach Wilson. Like, he's got very good mobility. He's got a rocket of an arm. Even off platform throws, he kind of reminds me of Aaron Rodgers, the way he throws the ball off platform. But in my opinion, I think Justin Fields is the better QB prospect. So I'll give it a B+ for the Jets. It's still the right pick. They still need a QB, but I would have gone Justin Fields. But Zach Wilson's, like I said, it's still a very good pick for them. Louis put problem with Goff. He's a dirty deal. I think he's good, fine, but the Lions have never been good at developing players and making them play well. It's a losing franchise like the Jets, chance. Yeah, it's one of them things. It was kind of a strange trade, I thought. I mean, the Rams, it made all the sense in the world to go get Matt Stafford. But when I saw the Lions got Jared Goff back, it was kind of a questionable one. I thought they'd get picks. It made the sense. They got the 2 first-round picks, obviously the Lions. And then they got Jared Goff in return. It was kind of like, well, where are the Lions trying to go? Do they want to rebuild? Do they want to try and win now with Jared Goff? I was pretty confused of what they were trying to do. And I still am, to be honest. But I think tonight, the Lions have they pick up a wide receiver at pick 7. If it's not a wide receiver, I think they trade back. That's my personal opinion anyway. Pick up extra picks because the more picks you've got, the more darts you can throw at the dartboard, which basically means you've got a higher chance of getting players on your roster that are gonna work out for you and help your team compete. But Zach Wilson's NFL comparisons, according to Daniel Jeremiah, are Russell Wilson and Joe Burrow. I mean, Joe Burrow and Russell Wilson are kind of polar opposites, really. Joe Burrow is like 5 inches taller than Russell Wilson, I think. But I can see what he means because Zach Wilson's got the escapability. He's a mobile QB. And like I said, he's got a huge arm. And he's very good at off-platform throws. So I think the Jets, once they saw that, they knew it was their guy. Obviously, Robert Saleh is the new head coach of the Jets as they look to rebuild. And I thought they had a decent free agency, the New York Jets. Obviously, they brought in Corey Davis. Brought in Carl Lawson over from the Bengals. So they've improved the defensive line. They've improved the wide receiver room. Still got my boy Denzel Mims, who they picked up last year in the draft in the 2nd round. Zach Wilson's up for his interview now, but the Niners are on the clock, and this is where it gets interesting. Because they could. There's 3 options, I think: Matt Jones, Trey Lance, and Justin Fields. Obviously, they're not going to take a Kyle Trask at this point, so it's between those 3. I think it's Trey Lance personally. If it's Matt Jones, then Niners fans are going to be raging. I think you'll see Niners fans in the crowd raging. They'll zoom in on it. But hope you lads all enjoy the draft. It's later for me and even later for you guys. Early day tomorrow. Well, hope you have a good sleep, Benaldo. I hope your Patriots, pick up a QB for you and replace Cam Newton. I think Zach Wilson is at least a B-grade player, but on the Jets, struggle players go there tonight. Yeah, it's true. It's a losing franchise at the end of the day. As you can see there, Jets QB selected in the 1st round, Chad Pennington, Mark Sanchez. We know what happened with Mark Sanchez. Sam Darnold just got traded this offseason, barely even played 3 seasons there. And now Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson's got to be a pretty special talent if he's going to turn this franchise around because, like I said, it's been a losing franchise for a very, very long time. Fair play, Zach Wilson. Good luck to him. And we'll see what the Jets can do. Robin said he's going to frame the Minshew jersey. Fair play. Try and get it signed, Rob. I reckon if you hit Minshew up on a message, he'd probably reply to you. Send it over to him, get it signed, and frame it. Ian Rapop's just talking about the 49ers pick. Who's it going to be? He said that as of last week, it was Matt Jones who was signed up on Matt Jones. But according to this, it's Kyle Shanahan, the head coach of the 49ers, wants Matt Jones. The scouting department and the owner, John Lynch, want Trey Lance. So there's obviously a split in the room between what each person wants. I mean, I saw a report earlier today saying that obviously Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are the only 2 people in the 49ers organization that know who the pick's going to be. Yeah, like I said, I think it's Trey Lance. I don't think it's going to be Matt Jones. No way. But the 49ers, they're not far away. People forget that last year they made the Super Bowl. They lost. They were beating the Chiefs. They were winning 20-10 with a quarter to go. Ended up losing obviously because Patrick Mahomes, he turned up in crunch time. But the 49ers were in the Super Bowl. They had a ridiculously good defense, and people said the reason they didn't win it was Jimmy Garoppolo. So if they can hit this QB pick out of the park, and I think Trey Lance could be that player. I think Trey Lance is a special talent. 6'3", again, he's another QB that can run with the ball, similar to Kyler Murray. I think people said he's got similar speed to Kyler Murray, which if true, that's ridiculous because Kyler Murray is electric. Sometimes he's 5'10" as well. But the pick is in for the 49ers. I wonder who this is. Yeah, already at pick 3. It's going pretty quick, this draft so far. And you best believe that teams are already fielding trades. The Falcons might be looking for a trade right now. That Carolina, Detroit, these teams might already be fielding trades fielding calls for a possible trade as we speak right now. So there could be movement happening right now. I think Atlanta want to trade their pick, but I don't think anybody wants to pay the price. So I think that's why they're sat at pick 4. Roger Goodell's coming onto the stage, though. Here he comes. Let's see who the pick is. Put your predictions in the comments. I think it's Trey Lance. Watch it be Justin Fields. Watch it be Justin Fields. Smoke screen. Trey Lance, there it is. I said it with Trey Lance. There's no way on earth I thought that was Mac Jones. No way. And 49ers fans, you can breathe a sigh of relief because Trey Lance, he's your quarterback of the future. I'll get his stats up on ESPN here. Ignore those stats, as you can see. That's his 2020 stats: 149 yards passing, 2 touchdowns and a pick. He only played 1 game before his season was cancelled, and his team won the game as well. But if you look at this here, 2019 stats for Trey Lance: 28 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Didn't turn the ball over once. Ridiculous a good season. 2,786 passing yards. I can't wait to see how this guy does in Shanahan's system. Because he made Matt Ryan into an MVP. So there's no reason why he couldn't do the same with Trey Lance. But yeah, good. This is an A pick for me, in my opinion, the 49ers. If they were going to go with Mac Jones, I'd probably give it a C or a D, but this is an A pick, in my opinion, just because of the upside that Trey Lance has. Like I said, he's good on all levels. He's a runner. He can run with the ball. He's got a big arm. Apparently, he's a really good leader. From what I heard, as a freshman, he organised a throwing practice, which it takes balls to tell a load of seniors to get out there and get ready for some passing drills. So he's definitely a leader, and this is a great pick for the 49ers. However, it does leave Jimmy Garoppolo in a bit of limbo now. I wonder where Jimmy Garoppolo does end up. But yeah, you can see there with no interceptions, he's got ridiculously good poise. I mean, NFL Network compared him to Steve McNair. Steve McNair did make a Super Bowl with the Titans, so if the 49ers have got Steve McNair pick 3, they'll be pretty happy with that. But yeah, he just does everything. He does everything well compared to Jimmy Garoppolo is kind of one-dimensional. He's more of a pocket passer. Trey Lance is best of both worlds. As I mentioned, you can run the read option with him. You can open up the playbook. He's got a very good deep ball. This makes a lot of sense for the 49ers. Too much sense, to be honest with you. But the Falcons are now on the clock. Do you prefer NFL free agency or draft? I prefer the draft. In the NBA, I prefer free agency over the draft by a mile. Because obviously you've got bigger players hitting the market. I just don't, in the NFL, these big franchise-changing players don't hit the market in free agency. Like we saw this year, the number 1 free agent was Dak Prescott. And everybody knew he wasn't going anywhere because he was going to get franchise tagged at the worst. So I prefer the draft just because the team can literally change their fortunes, because I feel like the step from the NFL college to the NFL is easier compared to the college basketball to the NBA, because you see in NBA players they sometimes leave college after 1 year, so they've got a massive step to get used to the NBA, whereas the NFL, they've been 3-year starters at the colleges. They usually gain more. So I do prefer the draft, definitely, over NFL free agency. But NBA, I prefer NBA free agency to the NBA draft. I mean, NFL free agency is good, but like I said, you just don't see many of those big players moving about. Tom Brady was a big change to it last year. And the Tom Brady hitting the market, you probably never see that ever again. I think with him being with the Patriots for so long, he wanted a new challenge, but it's very rare you'll see a player of Brady's caliber ever hit the open market ever again. What do you prefer, though? Do you prefer the draft? for agency. I mean, the Cowboys never spend him for agency, so I can't really get excited for it. The Cowboys, they wait out the full first week of free agency out. They don't sign anybody. They sign someone to a 1 year, $5 million deal. They'll promote him as like this former MVP or whatever.
Hey Harry.
Instead of just admitting that he's an average player. So I can't really get excited for free agency as a Cowboys fan because they don't spend any money. And the annoying thing is the Cowboys have the money to spend, they just choose not to. Which I can understand because they want to pay their own players. It makes all the sense in the world. But the Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock. Only 3 minutes to go until they need to make their selection. I think this pick is Kyle Pitts. Julio Jones has been in trade talks. I mean, I don't really know what to make of that because Julio Jones, obviously, even though he's got the injury issues, he's still one of the top receivers in the NFL. Arguably the best receiver of his generation, to be honest. Of the 2010s, that is. Well, no, because there was Megatron, wasn't there? If you were going to go from 2016 to now, I think Julio Jones would be the best receiver in that time span. So if he is traded, that would be a massive move for any team that got him. So if you're the Falcons, you've considered about trading Julio Jones. You get Kyle Pitts in. It kind of softens the effect of losing Julio Jones. Just because Kyle Pitts offers so much as a tight end, he's a wide receiver in a tight end's body. Is Kyle Pitts. He's not just your dimensional tight end where he's going to run 3 routes. Kyle Pitts can run every single route on the route tree and cause an impact on any defense. He's a mismatch. He's too quick for a linebacker. He's too big for a safety. He's too big for a corner as well. So you can't really guard him. He's kind of like Gronk, but more mobile. I can't really describe him because I've never seen a tight end like Kyle Pitts. I can't really compare him to anybody because I've never seen a player like Kyle Pitts. Lewis put a third draft because free agency is so slow. Usually not very explosive, as you say. The players moving around are not that good. If your team drafts well, they're moving likely to win Super Bowl. Yeah, exactly. You win the Super Bowl through the draft. That's how you get your depth. Very similar to the Seahawks. They had the 2012 draft, I believe it was, when they got Sherman, Wagner, KJ Wright, all them people in the same draft with Cam Chancellor, and all of a sudden they won the Super Bowl because they improved their depth for the draft. Free agency, you just don't see the big players move about, and it's a shame, to be fair. But the Falcons, as I said, I didn't think they'd trade out of it because their asking price was far too high, and their pick is in at pick 4 now. I think it's Kyle Pitts. I don't know who else it would be. Did they go offensive line? Did they pick Jamar Chase? Maybe did they take a corner? Did they take Micah Parsons? I think you could, if you wanted any of those players, you could have got them late in the draft. So I think this is Kyle Pitts. I mean, Jerry Jones will be hoping it's not Kyle Pitts because I think if Kyle Pitts slipped past pick 6, knowing Jerry Jones, we'll try and trade up for him. But the pick is in. There it is. Kyle Pitts is an Atlanta Falcon. I'm not surprised one bit. So far, my first 4 picks in my mock draft are all correct in a row. So that's pretty good. But yeah, Kyle Pitts. He's going to the Atlanta Falcons. I already made the preset earlier, as I said. Falcons draft Kyle Pitts. 4th overall. And as I mentioned, he's arguably the best overall prospect in the draft. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence is probably your #1 prospect. But after that, excluding position, is probably Kyle Pitts. Look at his stats from last season. He had 43 receptions, 770 yards, 12 touchdowns, average 18 yards a catch. So he's downfield. He's a threat. The NFL have compared him to Darren Waller from the Raiders. I can see that. Darren Waller is arguably the most athletic. He's pretty much uncomparable because he's a very unique player. Usually a big guy like Kyle Pitts, his route running is not phenomenal, but this guy's route running is very, very good for the guy that's 6'6". And that's a scary offense now. If you're the Atlanta Falcons, they did the right thing. I think if the Falcons picked a QB, I'd see it as a sideways move. You've still got Matt Ryan who can still play. Maybe need to address running back, but you've still got Julio Jones, you've got Calvin Ridley, you've got Kyle Pitts. Your offensive line was one of the better ones last season, definitely improved. So, This Falcons offense now is looking very, very explosive. They can sort the defensive side of the ball out in the second and third rounds. Could be a very, very good draft for the Atlanta Falcons. Kyle Pitts was the right move in my opinion. James put wide receiver in a Titans body, special talent is Pitts. Yeah, he's a very, very special talent. I mean, many scouts have said Kyle Pitts is the most talented tight end they've ever evaluated, which is high praise. You've got players like Tony Gonzalez that have played at tight end, Shannon Sharp, Rob Gronkowski. But I agree, Kyle Pitts is a freak. He's pretty much a wide receiver in a Titans body, and he's unguardable. This is going to be against J.C. Horn. Just bodies him away. Plays through contacts, as John and Jeremiah says. Great route runner. Uses his body and his size to shield players off the ball. And once he gets the ball as well, he's such a big guy, you can't just bring him down. I think if I was going to compare him to anybody, it'd probably be Megatron. I know that's ridiculous to high praise, but he just reminds you of Megatron. Big, strong guy. Very good route runner. Can stretch the field. Yeah, this guy's a freak. He's going to be a very, very special player in the NFL, Kyle Pitts. Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah said that. How are you going to deal with him in red zone? Probably just going to have to pray. That's your best bet at stopping Kyle Pitts in the red zone. He's praying. But the Falcons offense, as I mentioned, they got Matt Ryan, Mike Davis, who they signed from the Panthers. He was pretty good last year for the Panthers as a backup running back. Julio Jones, Ridley Pitts, looking like a really good offense now for the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, you've got two mutants on the field there. If you keep Julio Jones, you've got Pitts and Julio Jones, two of the most freakish athletes at the skill position. Lewis, but which teams that are drafting high do you expect to do well this season? Like when the Cowboys got Zeke, that's a pretty good question actually. I think Miami's going to be a good team. Obviously, last season they went 10-6, just missed the playoffs. But they've got a high pick. I think if they can get another weapon for Tua, that defense is already stacked. It's already one of the better ones in the league. If they get another offensive weapon for Tua, and if they can hope Tua gets better in his second year, I think the Dolphins could make a jump straight into the playoffs. I mean, I know this is not the Dolphins pick. This is actually the Texans pick that they got in the Laramie Tunsil trade. But if I had to pick a team, will be Miami. I mean, the Falcons, if they can get the defense working, the Falcons could easily get back into the playoffs with this Kyle Pitts pick. Because you don't remember, the Falcons were leading many games last year, and they're the kings of just choking games. If they can sort that out, and the new coaching staff, the Falcons can definitely jump straight back into the playoffs. There's question marks in that division. There's the Saints. What are they going to do with Jameis Winston? Obviously, still got the Buccaneers who are dominant. But then the Panthers, are they going to be better than the Atlanta Falcons? Who knows? But I think the Falcons and Miami will be the teams I pick. Good teams that are picking high due to different reasons. But 3 minutes to go until the Bengals put in their pick. I think this is Jamar Chase. I wouldn't go with Jamar Chase. I would go Penny Sewell because he needs to protect Joe Burrow. He tore his ACL last year. That horrible injury where the player literally just crushed his leg. Obviously, you can't do anything about it. It's the NFL. Injuries happen. But if you're the Bengals, you need a blindside blocker to protect Joe Burrow. And Penei Sewell gave up 1 sack in 2 years at Oregon. So he's a very, very clean prospect. Plug him straight in at left tackle. Could be the next Tyron Smith. That's how good of a prospect this guy is. But with saying that, that's what I would do. What the Bengals are going to do, I think they're going to pick Jamar Chase. Because if you remember, I'll get Jamar Chase's stats up real quick. If you remember what Jamar Chase did when he was with Joe Burrow in 2019, absolutely ridiculous. He sat out this year, so he didn't play in the 2020 season, but look at that, 2019 season, he's 84 receptions, 1,780 yards, 21 yards per catch and 20 touchdowns, which I believe is an SEC record. So, Joe Burrow's probably been saying, look, you get my old team at Jamar Chase over here. We're pairing with Tyler Boyd. We're pairing with T. Higgins. All of a sudden, that's an explosive offense there for the Cincinnati Bengals. But who's blocking? Who's blocking for Joe Burrow? That's the main question. But I think the pick's going to be Jamar Chase. No trades though so far. I think the first team to make a trade probably. I mean, like I said, the Lions, Panthers, and Broncos are all rumored to be maybe trading back. Obviously, those are all going to be for quarterbacks. I want to see how far Justin Fields really will slip. Because once again, if he gets to like pick 8, pick 9, Justin Fields is still on the clock. I think a team's definitely trading up to get him. I mean, if he's there at 10, I think the Cowboys would definitely trade down with the Patriots or somebody, or the Redskins, or anybody who wants to pick him up. Maybe not the Redskins, but yeah, like I said, I think that we'll see some trades when we get to around pick 7, 8, and 9. The Eagles are reportedly wanting to trade up. The report I saw today was the Eagles want to trade up ahead of the Cowboys to possibly pick up a cornerback. Now, if you're the Eagles, go for it. If you want to waste more picks and move up 3 slots ahead of us, that's fine by me. I mean, my personal opinion, if the Cowboys pick Patrick Surtain, I'll be chuffed with that. If they pick JC Horn, I'll be chuffed with that. As long as the Cowboys get one of the corners, I'll be pretty happy because that's one of our biggest needs. Our biggest need, in my opinion, is defensive tackle, but I just don't think there's a defensive tackle that's worth it for the 10th overall pick. So as long as the Cowboys get one of the corners, I'm not fussed which one it is because I can't really make a decision who's better, to be honest. I think they're both as good as each other. But while we're waiting, I might as well just get some Ja'Marr Chase highlights actually on the screen and show you what type of player he is. You can make your own comparison. Desmond Howard was the last man to win the Heisman Trophy. That's Jalen Waddle right there. The pick is in though for the Cincinnati Bengals. We'll see who it is. Like I said, I think it's Ja'Marr Chase, but I think it should be Penei Sewell. Penei Sewell should be the pick, but I think they're going to pick Ja'Marr Chase. Yeah, the pick's in anyway. There it is. I called it. Ja'Marr Chase. I would have gone with Penei Sewell, but I did say Ja'Marr Chase would go to the Bengals. It was too obvious. Joe Burrow, his former teammate, is the quarterback there. As you see, I already made a preset for it. Bengals draft Ja'Marr Chase, wide receiver LSU, with the 5th overall pick. I mean, it's a great pick because, I mean, he's probably, if he was in last year's draft class, he would have been the number 1 wide receiver taken. He would have been taken ahead of Jerry Jeudy. He'd have been taken ahead of CeeDee Lamb. Because this guy is a special, special player. And there's no doubt now the Bengals have got Chase, they've got T. Higgins, they've got Tyler Boyd. They've got some weapons there for Joe Burrow. The Bengals could be a scary team next year. And now the Dolphins at pick 6. Very, very interesting because I saw another rumor today. If Penei Sewell was on the clock for the Dolphins, then the Dolphins were going to take Penei Sewell over a receiver, which wouldn't be surprising because the Dolphins O-line, they need offensive weapons, but they also need offensive linemen. They picked Austin Jackson last year, didn't really do as well as they thought they were. They picked Robert Hunt again, underperformed. So they need offensive linemen just as much as they need wide receivers. But yeah, Ja'Marr Chase is a Cincinnati Bengal. And my comparison for him would, I don't know, I really compare him to be honest with you. He's one of those players where he's a big, strong physical receiver, but he's also quick. He's kind of got the best of both worlds. Usually in a receiver, you're either a big man, big possession catch receiver, or you've got the speed. Ja'Marr Chase is a bit of both. Once he picks the ball up, he's kind of like a running back. And like I said, he did phenomenal in that offense with LSU, with Joe Burrow, with Justin Jefferson, who was phenomenal that season with Joe Burrow. But yeah, I want to wait and see what the NFL comparison is for Ja'Marr Chase because there's a lot of players it could be. Well, they've compared him they've said he's got Anquan Boldin's competitive. I think he's a better prospect than Anquan Boldin. As I mentioned, it says there physicality. He's 6'2", 201. He's not the biggest receiver, but once he gets the ball in his hands, it turns into a running back. He's very, very hard to tackle. He's got elite speed, very good jumping ability. So Jamar Chase is, like I say, it's a great pick for the Bengals, and we will now see the connection of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase reassembled in Cincinnati. So if you're a Bengals fan, compared to where you were at last year, very, very exciting. You've got Joe Burrow coming back off his injury. You've got Jamar Chase down the outside as another receiving threat. You're in a division there with the Steelers, with the Ravens. You need to put up points. The Browns, they've all got good defenses. You need to put up points if you're going to beat them and try and compete with the division title. So getting Jamar Chase definitely helps that. But the Miami Dolphins pick is already in. So we'll see what the Dolphins will do with that pick. Jamar Chase there was asked, can he succeed Justin Jefferson's season with the Vikings? I think that's going to be very, very hard to do. I mean, let's not forget Justin Jefferson. For a rookie, absolutely ridiculous season. 1,400 yards receiving, I think it was. He broke Randy Moss's rookie receiving record. He broke the NFL rookie receiving record. I think Odell Beckham had over 1,200 yards. Jefferson had 1,400 yards, double-digit touchdowns, I believe. He was pretty ridiculous in his rookie season. And Kieran said he didn't even start the first 2 games as well, so he only played about 14 games. And he put up those kind of stats. Very, very scary. But if that's what Justin Jefferson did, imagine what Jamar Chase could do in the NFL. Could take it by storm. But if I'm going to make a prediction here for the Dolphins, I'm going to say it's going to be Penei Sewell. I think Penei Sewell will be the pick here for the Miami Dolphins. I said they're going to go with an offensive weapon. In my mock draft, I had them taking Jalen Waddle, the wide receiver out of Alabama. But that's because I had Penei Sewell going the pick before that. I think the Dolphins are going to go with Penei Sewell here. If it's not Penei Sewell, I think it'll be Jalen Waddle or Smith, one of the receivers. But I think the Dolphins, now chase off the ball, I think they're going to go with Penei Sewell and get that elite offensive tackle for Tua Tagovailoa. Maybe they can pick a wide receiver later on in the draft. As you can see there, Larry Tunsil, they picked up 4 first-round picks from him. Well, they've turned him into 4 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, a third-round pick, and a 4th-round pick. So they got ridiculous value from Larry Tunsil, a player that they shouldn't have had in the first place. The only reason the Miami Dolphins got Larry Tunsil was due to the fact he was smoking for a gas mask on draft night, so his draft stock fell because a video leaked to him. Roger Goodell's coming out. I don't know what it is. It seems like they're getting fans to sit in Roger Goodell's seat that he had in last year's draft, but it was virtual. So one fan gets to sit in the seat when the pick is called, but there is a commission now with the Dolphin selection. I think it's Penei Sewell. Jalen Waddle. Fair enough. I did say in my mock draft as well. If the Dolphins were going to take a receiver, they'd take Jalen Waddle. They've took Jalen Waddle from Alabama. Fair play. But now this is very, very interesting now. Very, very interesting because if you're the Lions, you're at pick 7. I think a possible trade here, the Chargers could jump up with the Lions, take Penei Sewell. Because right now you've got Penei Sewell, Rashawn Slater's still on the board. Both the corners are still there. It's a great pick. Jalen Waddle's a fantastic pick. I'll get his stats from this past season. If I could describe this guy in one word, it's electric. My comparison for him will probably be like Tyreek Hill, just because after the catch he's just electric. He's got ridiculously good speed. In his career at Alabama, he had over 1,900 receiving yards. Had his best year in 2018. Had his worst year this year, I believe. But with it being COVID and everything, you would expect a drop off in play. It's affected all players and coaches and everybody. But Jalen Waddle, as I mentioned, ridiculously good player. People comparing him to Henry Ruggs, as I mentioned earlier on in the mock draft. I think Jalen Waddle is better than Henry Ruggs. He's a better jump ball receiver. He's not the tallest receiver, but the speed is there for Jalen Waddle. You get the ball in his hands, he makes magic happen. A former teammate of Tua Tagovailoa as well, so you've already got a bit of chemistry there with your quarterback and Jalen Waddle. So a real nice pick there for the Miami Dolphins. I saw a lot of Giants fans wanting Jalen Waddle. That's now not going to happen. But the pick is in for the Lions already. The pick is already in. Is it Devontae Smith? Is it Penei Sewell? Because the Lions could go anywhere here. The Lions could take defense. They could take offensive line. They could take wide receiver. Put in the comments below, where do you think your Lions are going to go here? Who would you like? And who do you think they're going to pick? I think they go with Sewell, I don't think they envision Penei Sewell being there at pick 7. Because I thought the Dolphins were going to take Sewell. I thought the Bengals were going to take Sewell. And if he fell to the Dolphins, they would take Sewell. But Jalen Waddle, I did say in my mock draft, I thought he would be the wide receiver for them. And that's why they picked him up. Waddle looks like AJ Tracy. Jalen Waddle likes his beef stroganoff. Like I say, get the ball in his hands. He's gone. Ridiculously good speed. I think this kind of helps Tua as well, because Tua, we saw last year, he's not got the strongest arm. So if you can just have these intermediate routes, get the ball in the hands of Jalen Waddle, and he can get those big run after catches. Again, he's not the tallest player, but again, you don't need to be tall to succeed in the NFL. We've seen smaller receivers dominate the league for many years. Antonio Brown's 5'10", and he was the best wide receiver in the NFL for many years. It says there as well, the Dolphins piece of the puzzle. They've got Tua at QB. They've got Myles Gaskin impressed later on the year, running back, and they've got 3 good receivers now: Devontae Parker, a big jump ball receiver, Will Fuller, another speedster, and Jalen Waddle. So you probably put Jalen Waddle in the slot. Your 2 outside receivers in Fuller and Devontae Parker. Looking like a good offense there for the Dolphins, who also have a pick 18. So the Dolphins have got another first-round pick later on. I had them taking Jalen Phillips in my mock draft there, but now they've took Waddle. They could definitely go offensive line if there's a player there that they like. Offensive line, we need to protect the QB. Always been jealous of the Cowboys O-line. Injuries years aside, I'd say Penei. Plus, O-line can last a long time on light speed positions. Yeah, I'd agree. I think Penei Sewell, it's not the pick that would excite the fans, but it's a pick that needs to be made. When the Cowboys fans were pissed off, they said, we should have taken Johnny Manziel. And they're like, who's Zach Martin? But Zach Martin is now likely the best offensive lineman in the NFL, and he's going to be a Hall of Famer. And I think Penei Sewell has got the talent to be a Hall of Fame tackle. Well, they could say Penei Sewell or Rashawn Slater. I think both are good offensive linemen. But if I was to take one, I'd take Penei Sewell 100%. And the pick's already in. They're just taking the time to get the commission out on the stage. But yeah, I think Penei Sewell's going to be the pick here for the Lions. Obviously, Dan Campbell, the new head coach of the Lions, he comes across as a smash mouth guy, to say so. So I think he's going to try and run the ball effectively, and to do that, you need a good offensive line. If you pick Penei Sewell, he's an instant starter. I've just put my drink on the floor. I don't know what I'm doing. If you pick Penei Sewell, he's an instant starter at left tackle. You can put Taylor Decker out there as a right tackle. I'm just going to go get a towel right quick, so I spilled my drink on the floor with 2 minutes. Oh, Dan Campbell looks hype, by the way. All the Lions, the GM, the head coach, they were jumping around going wild there. I'll just put the banners on. I've Forgot to put the Dolphins
Hey, Harry.
Jalen Waddle.
Hello, mate. What are your tips for the big game?
Harry Redknapp's on here again. What's Harry doing here? Yeah, the Lions, their draft room there, they looked absolutely chuffed. I think this is Penei Sewell. As I mentioned, Dan Campbell's a smash mouth guy. He's going to run the football. Penei Sewell is probably the player who wanted the most. Penei Sewell, as I mentioned, he's an athletic left tackle. He's going to run linebackers over in the run game. He's going to be a pass protector for Jared Goff. He could genuinely be a 10-year starter. There it is. The Detroit Lions select Penei Sewell, offensive lineman from Oregon. In my opinion, he's the third best player in this draft, behind Trevor Lawrence and Kyle Pitts. So Penei Sewell, you get the third best player in the entire draft at pick 7. Great pick there for the Lions. An instant upgrade on the offensive line. An instant fix on the offensive line as well. So I'll just get this banner up right quick. So I've got it up there. The Lions draft Penei Sewell, offensive tackle, Oregon, with 7th overall pick. As I mentioned, it's the right pick for the Lions. Harry Redknapp says, when's young Scotty Cannon getting drafted? I think young Scotty Cannon's probably going to go undrafted this season. Because the last I heard of him was at Leyton Orient. As Frank Lampard said. But he's a cracking player. Penei Sewell, cracking player. Quality, terrific player. Kieran's put Dan Campbell got his kneecap bite. Who did? That was so funny. That interview with Dan Campbell was so funny when he got the Lions job, and he was saying, "We're going to bite your kneecap off. If you knock us down, we're going to come back and bite your other kneecap off." I was like, "What is this guy on about?" But I liked it. I like the energy he brings. You know, at least you're going to get something out of him. At least he's going to be, an energetic guy. He's going to get the players going. And again, he's come from the Saints, a winning team. The Lions need a culture change big time. For too long now, they've been a losing team. So Dan Campbell comes from the Saints, who've won the playoffs many years, the past 3-4 years. Hopefully, he can bring the winning culture over. And as I said, bite some of his kneecaps off of the opponent. But we're getting close now. 7 picks already in the NFL draft. I think this has gone pretty quickly compared to last year. It took quite a while last year to make all the picks. Maybe that's due to COVID and whatnot, but it seems like the players are flying through. Well, the teams are flying through the draft tonight. On the clock now is the Panthers. I think this is where we could see his first trade. I think this is where we could see his first trade. But it's still on the clock of the Panthers. Nothing's happened. While I'm waiting, I'll get a Penei Sewell highlight video up for the Lions fans that are watching. So you're going to see the type of player you're getting. 6'6", 330 pounds. He's a team leader. Great pick for Detroit Lions, and a position need as well. 149 kg Penei Sewell. Man weighs as much as a whole 3-plate bench press with 9 kg left over. Yeah, this guy's a freak athlete, and he's only 20. I think he's only 21 years old, which is even more scary. How do you get that big at 21 years of age? No idea. But again, like I said, he's agile in the run game. He can get onto the second level. He can take the linebackers out. But he's also unbelievable in pass protection. As I mentioned, 1 sack given up in 2 years at Oregon. I'm pretty sure he gave up 0 pressures this past year, in the 2019 season. Obviously, blocking for Justin Herbert. But yeah, this guy is a freak athlete. And a player that I didn't think would slip to 7. I had him going 5 to the Bengals. I thought he was, 1 sack allowed in 2018, 2019, as you can see there. I thought Penei Sewell was going to go pick 5 to the Bengals. And then the Dolphins passed on him. So I think the Lions getting him at 7. You saw how chuffed the draft room was. He probably was their top target all along for the Detroit Lions. So they were pretty chuffed that they got him in the end. So a nice pick there for the Lions. But the Carolina Panthers are now on the clock, and the pick is in. So the Panthers pick is already in. No trade. I had in my mock draft. I had a trade with the Patriots here. But again, Justin Fields still on the board. Matt Jones still on the board. Right. So according to Ian Rappaport, I think the pick coming in fast for the Lions showed it was Panay because they were probably chuffed. Yeah, I think if you saw the draft room, they were chuffed. I think Panay still probably was their target all along. So like I say, as soon as he was available, the Lions picked him straight up. But the pick is in for the Panthers, and according to Ian Rappaport, it's either J.C. Horn or Justin Fields. So they just traded for Sam Darnold. They gave up basically nothing to get him, a fourth rounder, a fifth rounder. I think it was very, very small amount. But he traded Teddy Bridgewater away yesterday to the Broncos for a sixth round pick. So Sam Darnold, the Panthers are not fully bought in on him yet. Justin Fields is a possible pick here, according to Ian Rappaport, along with J.C. Horn, the cornerback from Alabama. So, Patrick Surtain's still on the board as well. So, a lot of options here for the Panthers. I think they're going to go. I think they're going to go Justin Fields. I think they're going to take the quarterback and make it interesting. I mean, I saw a report earlier today that they are very much interested in J.C. Horn. I know Ian Rappaport said it there, but I saw it in JPA. Apparently, he's it said they'd fallen in love with him or something over Patrick Surtain. So they do very much like J.C. Horn. I mean, I hope it's not J.C. Horn because I think he'll be a very good pick for the Cowboys. But here we are. The Panther selection is up. Let's see where they take pick 8. J.C. Horn. It's not the quarterback. That was complete smokescreen. J.C. Horn gets his wish. He's the first cornerback taken off the board. South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi. North Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi. With 8. Yeah, J.C. Horn, he did say in his interview that he believes he is the best defensive player in this entire draft. And he's the first defensive player taken in this year's draft. So fair play to him. Again, J.C. Horn, as I mentioned earlier on, he's the type of player that he's gonna follow the opposition's best receiver around the field. He's not scared to compete. Let's draft J.C. Horn.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. What are your tips for the big
I
game?
read that back on screen.
Michael.
Yeah, I'll get J.C. Horn stats. As I mentioned, he's a very competitive cornerback. He's not scared of competition. He did very, very well with Kyle Pitts. He guarded Kyle Pitts very, very well this past season. Only gave up 8 completions. 8 completions he gave up in total, which is absolutely crazy. For an entire season, you only give 8 completions. Ridiculous. In the SEC as well, the hardest conference in college football. J.C. Horn, as I mentioned, he's going to take your number 1 receiver. He's going to follow him around the field. 2 interceptions this past season, 6 breakups. Very, very good in man coverage. A little bit grabby, according to some people. They said that he's a little bit grabby in coverage. But I think this is a great pick for the Panthers. Obviously, they signed AJ Boyer as a free agent not too long ago. They've still got Dante Jackson. But cornerback was a need for them. I thought they would go Patrick Surtain if they were going to take a corner. But in the end, they fell in love with J.C. Horn. And he is a Carolina Panther. So, Justin Fields is still on the board. If you're the Broncos, do you consider taking Justin Fields here? I mean, you've got to. You've got Drew Lock on the roster. You've got Teddy Bridgewater on the roster. But are those really long-term plans? Justin Fields could be a long-term QB for many years to come. And who would have thought he would be here at 9? Justin Fields here at pick 9. This time last year, people were saying he was going to be the second overall pick after Trevor Lawrence. And he's available at pick 9. Absolutely crazy. Lewis put damn De'Aaron Fox said he had enough of the NBA, changing him to JC Horn, join the NFL. They do. They look pretty much the exact same, don't they? He looks like somebody else as well. I can't really think. Maybe it is De'Aaron Fox. Maybe you're right. Yeah, De'Aaron Fox was a first overall pick. Well, he was a first round pick for the Kings, and now he's a first round pick for the Panthers. So he's one of the only two players, along with Kyler Murray, to be picked in the first round of two different drafts. So fair play to De'Aaron Fox. He's now a cornerback, superstar cornerback for the Carolina Panthers. And by the way, he's the son of Joe Horn. You might remember the former wide receiver of the New Orleans Saints, former Pro Bowl receiver. He had that iconic celebration where he scored a touchdown for the Saints and pulled the flip phone from underneath the goalpost. That's Joe Horn, the wide receiver. Well, JC Horn is actually his son. And apparently Joe Horn, his dad, pushed him towards being a cornerback because he said that you're aggressive and you've got good ball skills. And those are highly valued attributes on the defensive side of the ball. So he kind of pushed him into being a corner. That's what JC Horn said in his interview. I watched it a few weeks ago. So, yeah, JC Horn, nice pick there for the Panthers. He's going to be a very good cornerback in the NFL. I've got no doubt about that. He's got great size. He's an athletic corner. And he's just tenacious. He's going to be up in your face all game long, fighting to the death. And that's what you want in a cornerback. And that's what JC Horn's going to bring. But I'll get a draft profile up here while we're currently on a advertising break. Next up is the Denver Broncos. That's if the video plays.
Official partner of the NFL on Sky Sports. Hey Harry,
we're out the advertising break.
Tips for the big game. Yeah, Michael. Hello.
Bloody Harry Redknapp, he keeps coming up on my screen. 2 minutes to go to the Denver Broncos pick. This could be anyone. This could be Micah Parsons. This could be Patrick Surtain. This could be Justin Fields. Could be Mac Jones. A lot of possibilities here for the Denver Broncos because I don't think they envision Justin Fields being on the ball for them at pick 9. But they've also got the pick of the defensive players. And JC Horn was the first defensive player taken off. They can go defensive end, linebacker, whichever they're going to go. Devonta Smith's still on the board, who, by the way, won the Heisman Trophy. Rashawn Slater, still on the board. The Broncos have got the pick of the bunch here. They can go anybody. They can go anybody they want. And then my Cowboys are next up at 10. I've got a feeling, though, if the Cowboys are picking at 10 and Justin Fields is still on the board, the Cowboys might look to trade back with the Patriots, maybe. Pick up extra picks. But the Broncos, it's going to be very, very hard not to pick Justin Fields here. As I mentioned, you've got Drew Lock, but he's been involved in trade talks for the past season or so. You just acquired Teddy Bridgewater yesterday, but is Teddy Bridgewater the quarterback of the future? Probably not. Like I said, Matt Jones, Justin Fields still on the board, as Daniel Jeremiah just said. So options here for the Broncos, they can go anywhere. Hmm. 43 seconds to go on the clock, though. Maybe they could be looking for a trade partner. As I heard a report that the Philadelphia Eagles wanted to trade up ahead of the Dallas Cowboys to get a corner. That's not happened because the Denver Broncos pick is in. The pick is in. If I'm going to make a prediction here, I think the Broncos could pick. I don't know who it's going to be. Yeah, I think it's going to be Micah Parsons or Justin Fields. The linebacker Parsons. As I mentioned, I said Micah Parsons could probably slide in this draft if he's not picked by the Broncos at pick 9, which I think is possible. But yeah, like as Daniel Jeremiah just said there, you don't need a receiver. You've got Colin Sutton, you've got Jerry Jeudy, you drafted KJ Hamler last year. You're stacked at receiver. You've got Noah Fant at tight end. You've got the weapons there. Do you go and get your franchise quarterback that you can throw to those weapons? Yeah, I don't know. This is the hardest pick of the draft so far because there's so many different options. I didn't think Justin Fields would be here at pick 9. I thought someone would have traded up for him by now. But let's say the Cowboys don't trade back at pick 10. And Justin Fields is still on the board for the New York Giants. The Giants consider taking Justin Fields. They've got Daniel Jones, but surely Justin Fields is better than Daniel Jones. Very, very interesting draft this is shaping out to be. But the pick is in for the Broncos. It could be Surtain. With Patrick Surtain, easily. We'll see what it is. Wow. It is Patrick Surtain, the cornerback from Alabama. He goes pick 9. This just got very, very, very interesting. Now, the Cowboys said if they got to pick 10 and none of the cornerbacks were there, they would consider a trade back. Justin Fields is still on the board. I think the Cowboys have picked 10 here. If they don't take Micah Parsons, they're probably going to trade back and pick up extra picks. With the Patriots, with the football team, whichever team needs a QB, this has got very interesting. I thought he was on the board, Patrick Surtain. I thought it was an option for the Broncos. I didn't think they'd go there. I did not think they'd go there at all. But like I said, he's the 2020 SEC Defensive Player of the Year. Very, very solid cornerback. I would have loved to win the Dallas Cowboys. It's a bit shit that Horn and Surtain are both for the Cowboys. But I wonder who they go now with. I wonder who the Cowboys go with now. Pick 10. Who you go for the Cowboys now, Will, lad? I don't know, mate, to be honest. I really don't know because the cornerback would have been the pick, I personally thought. Surtain or Horn would have been the pick. Do you go Micah Parsons, maybe? Linebacker is a need. Van Der Esch, he's got his injury issues. Jalen Smith's regressed, which is sad to see because he was such a good player before that injury, but he has regressed, unfortunately. You take Micah Parsons, you take Rashawn Slater. Rashawn Slater is a player that I like a lot. And the Cowboys, Tyron Smith was out all of last season. So was Leo Collins. The Cowboys, as you remember, Kieran, Terrence stealing a living was the right tackle. We had Brandon Knight at left tackle. The Cowboys go offensive line. I wouldn't hate that pick because the Cowboys need offensive line and they need defense. So, in my opinion, the two players that you pick out of these, the two players that you pick from, you either pick Patrick Surtain or Rashawn Slater, or you trade back with a team that wants Justin Fields, pick up extra picks, and then pick the best available defensive player that's left on the board at that position. Obviously, you've got the Giants, Eagles, Chargers, Minnesota just before New England. I think the Chargers and Minnesota are both going to go offensive line. I think Philadelphia could go. They could pick Micah Parsons if he's still there. They could go receiver, but as I mentioned, that pick there, the Surtain pick has made this draft very, very interesting now because the Broncos went Justin Fields. I didn't think we'd see many trades, but the Cowboys. Interesting situation. If I had to pick the Cowboys, who they're going to pick, I'd go Rashawn Slater, offensive line. Show up the offensive line because you need a guard. Connor Williams is a free agent next season. You need someone at left guard. And Rashawn Slater, he can eventually take over as your left tackle when Tyron Smith retires. So I think I'd go Rashawn Slater if I'm the Dallas Cowboys. That's if you don't trade down because I think the Cowboys could definitely trade down. But it's getting pretty close to the Vikings pick as well, Kieran. Who would you like? A certain player, a certain position? Yep, Broncos draft Patrick Surtain, the second cornerback out of Alabama with the 9th overall pick. Interesting. If we get him, he's one of my favourite players in this entire draft. I think with him being linked to the Cowboys so much, I kind of looked into him a bit more than many other prospects. And what you see with him, he's just a clean player. So fundamentally sound, very much like his dad, Patrick Surtain, who was an All-Pro corner for the Vikings, I think. Right, I think there's been a trade. Wow. My word, the Cowboys have traded with the Philadelphia Eagles. This is crazy. I mean, I wonder who the Eagles are coming up for. This is crazy because the Cowboys traded with the Eagles, so the Eagles could jump ahead of the Giants. So all the NFC East teams are working in conjunction here. The Cowboys have traded with the Eagles, which I didn't expect. But the Eagles are like, we've got to jump ahead of the Giants here. I think this is Devontae Smith. The Eagles are going to go with Devontae Smith, I think, the wide receiver out of Alabama, the Heisman Trophy winner. The Eagles probably thought, listen, Jalen Waller's off the board, Jamar Chase off the board. The Giants would probably end up picking Devontae Smith. But I don't mind it for the Cowboys because it's extra draft picks. So, I mean, it's only 2 spots. It's what the Cowboys might get an extra 4th, maybe. But like I said, I wasn't against a trade back for the Cowboys at all, because there isn't a pick there at pick 10 that you think, yeah, we're going to take him. It was kind of like, do we take Slater? Do you take Parsons? Do you take that? Who do you take? But the Eagles now are pick 10. I think they're going to go with probably. I'm going to say Devontae Smith. And the Cowboys, we get a 3rd round pick. I'll take that. The Cowboys move back 2 slots with the Eagles. They get a 3rd round pick this year. So the Cowboys are stocking up on picks. I believe that now we've got 3 3rd rounders and a 2nd rounder. So the Cowboys have got 4 picks. 4 picks for tomorrow on day 2, which I'm very excited about, because the Cowboys, they need to fill as many holes as they possibly can do. And maybe, the Cowboys, you might see them package a 3rd rounder and a 2nd rounder and move back up into the 1st tonight. So it gives the Cowboys flexibility. Yeah, exactly. Daniel Jones said the exact same thing as I did. I mean, with the corners being wiped out for the Cowboys, there isn't a pick at pick 10 that you say he's our guy. So why not trade back? Why not get the extra value? But who do the Eagles pick here? I mean, the Eagles are a team that kind of in rebuild mode. They could go anywhere. They could go Parsons. They need a linebacker. They need a wide receiver desperately. They've not had a top receiver in a very long time. So Devontae Smith, the Heisman Trophy winner, could be the pick. Offensive line is still in need of rebuild. They've obviously got Lane Johnson, but who's their left tackle? You know what I mean? Devontae Smith. I don't think they haven't rung up Devontae Smith, apparently, the Eagles. I thought it would be Devontae Smith. This pick, you jump ahead of the Giants, you take Devontae Smith. Who else could it be? Parsons? Owusu Koromoa? I think that's too high for him. I mean, the Eagles shocked to the world last year. They took Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson. I know Kieran's still buzzing about that one. But yeah, I think it's a W for the Cowboys to get the extra 3rd round pick. Gives them more flexibility. As I said, you want more darts to throw at the dartboard in the draft. I don't mind trading to the Eagles because, like I said, both corners are off the board. If the Cowboys traded back and Satan was on the board, I'd be very, very pissed off. But Satan's not there. So the Eagles have traded up. They've let the clock run right down. Rappaport said that Rashawn Slater and Devontae Smith are the 2 contenders for this pick. So, interesting. Rashawn Slater, possibly the pick. I think it's Rashawn Slater or Devontae Smith, I think. One or the 2. Probably Rashawn Slater at this rate, to be honest. Because as I mentioned, they've got Lane Johnson. Jason Kelsey's getting up there in age. Andre Dillard was a former 1st round pick at left tackle. He's not really panned out as much as they thought he would do. I mean, do you take a quarterback? Jalen Hurts, I like him. I think he's one of the only Eagles players I actually like. I like him as a person. I like him as a player. But were the Eagles sold on him after they started him for the 3 or 4 games last season? Did they take Justin Fields? Did they take Matt Jones? This is a very, very intriguing pick, in my opinion. The most intriguing pick of the draft so far. because I don't know who the Eagles pick. So many different options. I think if the Eagles were to pass on another wide receiver, I think the fan base would crumble. Because, like I said, but we'll see. Obviously, the Eagles did own the 6th overall pick originally. They traded back with the Dolphins. So they picked up extra picks anyway. So they can afford to move up in this year's draft. It doesn't really cost them much capital because they acquired capital from the Dolphins. But Roger Goodell is finally stepping up to the stage. Let's see who the Eagles select. Final prediction, Rashawn Slater. That's my final prediction. Devontae Smith. Not going to lie, it's a bit shit that he's in our division because he's a superstar player. You know, there's questions over his size. Is he too small? I'm sorry, but if you've got questions over Devontae Smith, you just watch the film. This guy is an animal. He torched pretty much every single cornerback in this year's draft. You know, I mean, Patrick Surtain had to go up against him in practice. But yeah, like I said, Jalen Hurts got new target. I mean, look at these stats from Devontae Smith, man. 117 catches, 1,856 yards, 23 touchdowns, an average of 16 yards. Average of 16 yards per catch for Devontae Smith. This guy is a freak. Listen, it's a great pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. I can't hate. I've got to be honest. It's a fantastic pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. If you're the Giants right now, do you go with Rashawn Slater? Probably do. Boy, this is a great pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm not going to deny it. I mean, the Cowboys fleeced him last season, getting CD Lamb. But yeah, if you watch this guy's highlights, he's so smooth, so silky. Downfield, he's a dominant threat. His route running is fantastic. Again, not the biggest, but it doesn't matter. You know, you don't have to. Like, Devonta Smith said it perfectly. He said, "We're not bodybuilders; we're football players." You turn on the film with Devonta Smith, he makes it look too easy. He doesn't like he's trying, to be honest. Great pick by the Philadelphia Eagles. This is an A+ pick for me, in my opinion. I had him in I thought it was the second best receiver in the draft behind Jamar Chase. He gave him a pick 10. Great pick by the Eagles. I mean, talk about a comp. Oh my word! Another trade. Chicago Bears are on the clock. What is going on? Are the Chicago Bears going to get a quarterback? So the Chicago Bears have just moved up in the draft to pick 11. This has got to be a quarterback. This has to be a quarterback. Ryan Pace, the GM of the Chicago Bears, has been under heavy scrutiny by Bears fans. They said he's completely messed the job. They said he should be fired. But fair play to him. He's traded from pick 20 to pick 11. He jumps up 9 spots. Swap places with the swaps picks with the New York Giants. The Bears, they're going to go with a quarterback. Is it Justin Fields or Mac Jones? It's pretty simple here. They need a QB. Who's put down? I wonder what EDP thinks about picking his jails. Poor fellow EDP. Well, I'm saying poor fellow. I don't have any sympathy for him at all. He should have known what he was getting into. I'm not going to go into the subjects, but he should have known what he was getting into there. An idiot, basically. But unfortunately, he will not be able to watch Devontae Smith in a Philadelphia Eagles jersey because he'll be in prison. We had the trade here, right? So the Bears are traded from pick 20 to pick 11. They're giving up a 5th-round pick this year, a 1st-round pick next year, and a 4th-round pick next year. So a pretty big haul. They only lose a 5th-round pick this year. Obviously, they've got lose that 1st round next year. But if you're going to get your quarterback of the future, if you believe that this player you're trading up for is the quarterback of your future, that 1st-round pick doesn't matter because the QB position is so important. It's got to be Fields. I'd definitely take Fields. Kieran's put rather the Bears take Jones, but I rate Fields. Yeah, I rate Fields too, mate. I'm sorry that it could be in your division. I mean, that means your quarterbacks you've got to face now is Aaron Rodgers, Justin Fields, and Jared Goff. So not an easy division there. But I think it's Fields. The pick is in. It's got to be Justin Fields, surely. Unless they like Mac Jones. I mean, the Bears. I mean, we're talking about the Chicago Bears here. We're talking about the Bears who picked they picked Mitchell Trubisky over Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes. I got with 2 top 5 QBs. So the Bears, they've definitely cocked up in the past. There's no reason why they won't do it again. But the pick is in for the Bears. We're just waiting to see who that is. Pick 11. But I think it's going to be Fields. That's my prediction. And the Cowboys obviously next up then, after trading down.
What are your tips for the big game?
I don't know who the Cowboys would take at this point. Do you take Parsons? Do you take Rashawn Slater? I mean, maybe the Chargers says to the Cowboys, can we jump up one spot and take Slater? Maybe the Vikings do the same. Sorry, my shit screen real quick. Just need to edit something. The best pick is coming up now. I don't know who's announcing this pick. I don't think it's Goodell. I think it's somebody else. I can't believe we've been live for 1 hour 43 minutes. It's flown by. Jeez. Yeah, Goodell's just talking through something right now. The Bears pick is in. It's going to be announced within a matter of seconds. We'll see who that is. Carlos and Nelson, part of the NFL draft-on scheme, I think he is. He's going to be making the pick for the Chicago Bears.
Well, how exciting is this? With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields.
Justin Fields, great pick. Absolutely fantastic pick from the Chicago Bears. My personal opinion, he's the second best quarterback in this entire draft. You get him at pick 11. This is shades of Deshaun Watson right here. You know, he's picked after pick 10. He's been slept on by many teams. Justin Fields, this is an A+ pick for the Chicago Bears. Very, very well done to Ryan Pace, the Bears GM. I've mentioned he's getting a lot of scrutiny, but he's pulled the rabbit out of the bag there.
entire career in that playoff matchup against Clemson. How about the arm strength to be able to throw this
Yeah, nice pick there from the Chicago Bears.
small windows down here in the red zone? Anticipated from Justin Fields. Watch the ball jump out of his hand.
I'll just get his stats up. Cowboys are now back on the clock. But they traded back. Did they trade back again? I mean, if the Cowboys trade back again and get more picks, you'd have to believe that eventually use those picks to trade up, because you don't want to have all these third round picks. You want to eventually use them properly. I'm just typing Justin and it just comes up with nothing. Comes up with Justin Rose, golf player. Curious, but not happy with that for our division. Yeah, it's one of them. I mean, I can't believe he's fallen this far. Like I said, I thought it was going to be the second quarterback drafted in this draft. He's gone pick 11 to the Bears. Fair play. It's a great pick for the Chicago Bears. I know you won't be happy with it because, like I said, it's a division opponent. But the team just looks at him. I think Justin Fields is going to make them pay. His NFL comparison is Dak Prescott. I've seen that a lot. I actually disagree with that. I think Justin Fields is a bit different to Dak Prescott. Just the way they play. I can see the similarities. I think Fields is a bit of a better athlete than Dak, but he's not as poised in the pocket. Obviously, Justin Fields, I think he throws too many wild throws, especially this past season. But I can see why people would compare him to Dak Prescott. Still going to be a very good quarterback for the Bears. And you've got to feel sorry for Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton signed with the Bears on a 1-year deal. He thought that he was going to be the starting quarterback for the Chicago Bears. Well, now they've just picked up Justin Fields. He's probably going to be the starter now for the Chicago Bears. So they've got Nick Foles, Andy Dalton, and Justin Fields. Talk about the help Justin Fields is going to have. He's going to have a lot of mature heads there to help him ease into his rookie season. So fair play to him there. But as you can see, this past season, 2,100 passing yards on the dot, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He had a very, very good season for Ohio State. Wasn't as good as the season before that, where he had 41 passing touchdowns and only 3 interceptions. But again, still a great season there for Justin Fields, and I think he's got the talent. He's got a very, very high ceiling. Fair play to the Chicago Bears. Great move to go up and get him. And the Cowboys pick is in. They're not trading back anymore. The Cowboys pick is in. We're on the phone to somebody. It's probably Rashawn Slater. I mean, a name that I've heard is Zaven Collins. If Zaven Collins is picked this early, it would be a shocker for me. I won't be disappointed, obviously, because we need defense. But I'm going to say if Zaven Collins is picked here at 12, it would be an extremely interesting pick. I mean, is it Micah Parsons? Is it Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah? Is it Mac Jones? Nah, no way is it Mac Jones. Did they take Quitty Pay? Did they take Jalen Phillips? Could be an option. Jalen Phillips will be pretty happy with that. We need someone opposite DeMarcus Lawrence. Randy Gregory he's good, but we can do better. Is it Christian Barmore? If I could, the player that I want it to be, I want it to be Rashawn Slater. I just don't know if the Cowboys are going to pick Rashawn Slater. I mean, the Cowboys value their offensive line more than any other team in the NFL. We've seen that they've picked Tyron Smith, Zach Martin, Travis Ruddick in the past. They value it more than any other team do. But this is what I've been waiting for a very long time now. See who the Dallas Cowboys pick in this year's draft. Let's see who it is. Pick 12. After moving back 2 slots with the Eagles, pick to an extra third round pick. We'll see who they take. I don't know what my prediction is. I'm just going to watch it, but who's announcing this? Who is this? All right. It's another draft fun pick. Fair play to the NFL. Reaching out for mental health, it's definitely a big thing that needs to be addressed. Too many people are scared to speak out. So fair play. This I think she's called, what's it called? Kika Burdine, something like that. She's got a chance to read out the Dallas Cowboys pick. I think she's pretty chuffed about that. Usually the Cowboys get their first round pick spot on, so whoever it is, wouldn't worry. Yeah, the Cowboys are awesome at the draft. I can't deny that. Free agency is different. They absolutely stink it for agency because they just don't know who to sign. When it comes to the draft, I can't really follow the Cowboys because they know what they're doing. It's why they've had such good foundational pieces. I've got a feeling she's pretty chuffed she's announcing this pick. Let's see who it is.
Hey, Harry.
Micah Parsons. Here, listen. I will take that. And what's funny is Micah Parsons, he wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy. He got asked 3 months ago, where do you want to get drafted? And he said, I want to be drafted where it finished. I want to be drafted where my career finished. His career finished in AT&T Stadium. The Cowboys have got a supreme athlete here, Micah Parsons. Blew the combine away. Only a 1-year start at Penn State, but this man is a freak athlete. He's going to instantly bring speed to the middle of the defense. He can rush the passer, sideline speed. And as I mentioned, the Cowboys, Van Der Esch, you don't know what he's going to get with his injuries. Jalen Smith's not the same player. Again, this guy is a freak athlete if you watch him on tape, and I'm very, very happy with this pick. I said I didn't want him to go Zayvon Collins. Well, no, I said I wouldn't mind Zayvon Collins. I thought it would have been a bit of a reach. With the Collins being off the board, this is the next best defensive player available. He won the Butkus Award winner, which is the best linebacker in college football in 2019. Obviously, like I said, he didn't play the 2020 season, so Micah Parsons is a Dallas Cowboy. I'm pretty chuffed with that. I am actually really chuffed with it because it's defense, and our defense stunk up the joint last season. Rashawn Slater or Micah Parsons, but yeah, Micah Parsons, I'll take this 100%. As you can see, he didn't play the 2020 season, not opted out due to COVID, but this past year he had 52 solo tackles, 5 sacks, 4 forced fumbles. I'm chuffed with this pick. I'm very, very happy with it. Oh, yeah, that's what I mean with Micah Parsons. He can get pressure on the QB as well. Whenever I watched some highlights of Micah Parsons, all I ever saw was in the backfield. Every single time he was in the backfield. He's too quick for offensive linemen. He's too quick and too strong. I think he ran a 4.36. He's 250 pounds and he ran a 4.36. That's ridiculous. Absolutely crazy. Lewis put, if Jalen Smith can find his all for me, Cowboys have an insane linebacker. Yeah, they do. Like I said, Jalen Smith, he was a Pro Bowler 2 years ago. And it was a massive shame to see him drop this past 2 seasons. Van Der Esch, again, Van Der Esch's rookie year, he was unbelievable. Those two were the leaders of our defense. It's why we made the playoffs. We started 3-5. The defense reignited. The Amari Cooper show was a big part of that, but the defense reignited the team. We went 7-1 down the stretch. And the NFL comparison for Micah Parsons is Jalen Smith, according to Daniel Jeremiah. I would agree with this. Micah Parsons is Jalen Smith pre Jalen Smith's injury. Obviously, Jalen Smith would have been a top 5 pick for the Dallas Cowboys. Well, he would have been a top 5 pick for somebody else. But he tore his ACL in his final college game where he got pushed over by an offensive lineman. He fell into the second round. The Cowboys picked him up in the second round. Didn't play his first season. And then obviously he came back and played and was pretty good for the Cowboys, but he has regressed these past 2 years. Saquon Barkley just tweeted out. He's put, congrats, brother. So 2 former Penn State teammates will be tackling. We'll be going up against each other next season, the Giants and the Cowboys. Lewis put, if you get the Micah Parsons rookie materials card, you'll get a piece of that jersey we're just holding on stage. Indeed. Micah Parsons trading cards. I'll be looking for those straight away on eBay. Micah Parsons auto. How much people want for it? But now pick 13, the Chargers, they're next up. Mike Parsons, if I'll just turn this up a little bit, see what he's got to say. That's what I said. That's what I said. Mike Parsons did actually say that. He said, yeah. I like that. I really like this guy. I like his tenacity. Great pick, Cowboys. Didn't overthink it. And the best thing, they moved back and even got extra picks. So once again, the Cowboys doing what they do, which is hit it out of the park in the draft. I'm very, very happy with that. Now, pick 13 with the Chargers. I had Rashawn Slater on mock draft. I didn't think he'd fall to pick 13. No way did I think he'd fall to pick 13. The pick is in. I think this is Slater. You couldn't turn this card in quick enough if you're the Los Angeles Chargers. And then the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. Kieran's team is right after him. Put in the chat who you want, Kieran. Do you want Darryl Saw? Do you want Vera Tucker? I think you're going to get an offensive lineman. But, I mean, if Slater's on the ball, that's an absolute steal for you. But I think the Charger might take him in.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate.
Harry Redknapp again. Don't know why he keeps playing that video. But there is a breaking play. I'm going to go on Twitter, see what the Cowboys Twitter people are saying, because I think the people that I followed on Twitter, they didn't want Micah Parsons, which I didn't really understand because linebacker was a massive need. I mean, Marcus Mosher has said that it's a horrible pick. I disagree. I don't really know who else they could have got. I mean, you've got to remember the Cowboys, they wanted a cornerback. They didn't make it a secret. The Cowboys wanted to draft a cornerback, 10th for the role. They wanted Sertan Horn. Unfortunately, those two were off the board. So the Cowboys, fair play to them, they scrambled. They moved back with the Eagles. They picked up the extra third-round pick, and they still got their man Micah Parsons, who they probably would have taken at pick 10 anyway. So, you know, fair play to the Cowboys. I think they've done a pretty good job there. Everybody hated the Van Der Esch pick when that happened. Everyone was saying, why don't we get a wide receiver? But Van Der Esch is very good in his rookie year, and I like the pick at the time as well. You've got to give the player time. You can't just say that what terrible pick. He's not even played a game yet. You know what I mean? You've got to give him time. And I think the upside that this guy has, like I said, he only played one season with Penn State, but he's a supreme athlete. Given time, he can learn off Jalen Smith. He can learn off Van Der Esch. I think he'll be an awesome player for the Cowboys. And it's defense. We need a defense. I'm just glad Jerry Jones didn't trade up for Cal Pitts and mortgage our future on a tight end, because it wouldn't surprise if he did that. But we are now still on the break. So while we're on a break, I might as well recap the picks so far. So obviously, the first pick taken was Trevor Lawrence, the quarterback out of Clemson. As I said, it was expected it was going to happen. Zach Wilson was the second overall pick again, a pick that was going to happen. The draft pretty much started at pick 3, as Kieran said. He was very interested in what happened at pick 3. Well, Trey Lance, he was picked ahead of Mac Jones. So the 49ers get their quarterback of the future. Pick 4, the Falcons probably get the second best player in the entire draft in Kyle Pitts. That offense is looking super scary now. The Bengals, they got Joe Burrow's old teammate Jamar Chase from LSU, the 5th overall pick. The Miami Dolphins went and took Jalen Waddle. Alabama, they paired Tua Tagovailoa and Jalen Waddle, two former Alabama teammates. The Detroit Lions got an insane value pickup with Penei Sewell, pick 7. Again, you argue he could be a top 2 talent in the entire draft. They go at pick 7. He's going to be a generational left tackle for many years to come. Pick 8, the Carolina Panthers took J.C. Horn out of South Carolina to pair with I think it's Dante Jackson and AJ Boyer. Pick 9, the Broncos. They got another cornerback in Patrick Surtain. They've already got Bryce Callahan as a slot corner. They've already got Kyle Fuller, who they signed from the Bears on a 1-year deal. So the cornerback room is looking very, very good in Denver. Pick 10, Devontae Smith to the Philadelphia Eagles. They traded with the Cowboys to get him. The wide receiver from Alabama, the Heisman Trophy winner. Very good pick there for the Eagles. And in pick 11, the New York Giants trading back with the Chicago Bears, and the Bears finally made a move. Ryan Pace got the fans back on his side. by trading up and taking Justin Fields, who fell to pick 11, which I still can't believe actually happened. And then pick 12, the Dallas Cowboys, after trading him out from pick 10, they took Micah Parsons, inside linebacker from Penn State University. He'll be probably an instant starter alongside Van Der Esch and Jalen Smith. So, and that's what they're for the Cowboys. The Chargers are now on the clock. The pick is in. Let's see who they take. I'm going to go with Rashawn Slater for this pick. Rashawn Slater. I didn't think he'd be here at pick 13. It's a great value pick for the Chargers. My eyes are red. Jeez. There it is, Rashawn Slater. That's a fantastic pick, that, for the Chargers. This guy can play right tackle. He can play left tackle. Again, as I mentioned, he was phenomenal against Chase Young when they played Ohio State in college. Rashawn Slater is a beast. Again, I wouldn't mind him on the Dallas Cowboys. But yeah, the Chargers, they come into the draft. They needed an offensive tackle. They needed to protect Justin Herbert. And this, like I said, this guy, he can be your tackle for many, many years to come. Nice pick at pick 13 for the Chargers. I mean, I was considering my mock draft to have him trade up for Rashawn Slater. They stay at 13. They don't even move from 13, and he falls right into the lap. This is an A+ pick for me. I had him as a top 10 prospect. So yeah, very good pick there by Rashawn Slater. And next up is Kieran's Minnesota Vikings. Put in the chat, Kieran, who do you want? What was the player you want? I think Elijah Vera Tucker makes all the sense here. He can offer you guard, tackle flexibility. I think that's who you should pick. Who's put in your opinion? Which team has made the best and worst draft pick so far? It's pretty tough to say the worst because none of the players have played yet. If I was to say the best pick, very, very tough. I think it's between. Well, the thing is, Trevor Lawrence is an awesome pick, but we knew he was going to go number one. So if I can't pick Lawrence, I'd go with either Sewell at 7. I think that's a fantastic pick, or Justin Fields at 11. I think the fact that Justin Fields fell to 11, the Bears traded up. Yeah, they give away a first-round pick next year, but they traded up. They got the quarterback of the future. I think Justin Fields is the best pick so far, closely followed by Penei Sewell at pick 7, which is an absolute steal. Worst pick? I don't think there has been a worst pick, to be honest. I mean, you could say J.C. Horn picking him ahead of Patrick Surtain. He's probably not, I think Patrick Surtain was consensus best cornerback in this draft, and he got picked second behind J.C. Horn. You could maybe make an argument for that. You can make an argument for Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell, because I think that the Bengals desperately need an offensive lineman. But again, Jamar Chase is not a bad pick because he's a superstar wide receiver. But yeah, I'd probably say Sewell or Justin Fields is my best pick of the draft so far. If I'm taking into account value and talent, those are the best two, I think. And the Vikings are now on the clock. What the Bengals pick? Yeah, that's what I said. The Bengals pick, in my opinion, wasn't the smartest pick for them. I thought they should have taken an offensive lineman. I thought they should have taken Sewell. But at the same time, Jamar Chase is an unbelievable player, like ridiculously good. So Jamar Chase is going to be a positive for them. He's going to be a positive for them on the outside to pair with Tyler Boyd and T. Higgins. They made the wrong pick in terms of personnel, but they still got a good player in Jamar Chase. It's not like they reached for a Rashad Bateman at pick 5. They still got a superstar receiver in Jamar Chase. I mean, you could even say that the Eagles pick was very good as well. You know what? Worst pick so far. I don't like doing it, but I'd probably say J.C. Horn because I think Patrick Surtain is better than J.C. Horn. Oh my word, there is a trade. There's a trade, Kieran. You've traded back with the New York Jets, which I think means you're pick 23. So you traded back, Kieran. I know your GM does like extra picks. I'm not surprised. Put in the comments, how do you feel about that trade back with the Jets? I think that means you're now at pick 23. So you've moved from pick 14 to pick 23. I mean, the Jets must have given up something pretty hefty here to move up that far. But the Jets are now on the clock.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate.
Harry Redknapp's on the game.
Big game. Yeah, Mike.
Rick and his picking picks. I don't mind trading back, to be fair. Yeah, thing is, the trading back is not. There's nothing bad about trading back. If you don't believe there's a player that you want, if you don't if you believe there's value there, trade back, get extra picks. Because at the end of the day, the more picks you've got, the better. Because that's how you improve the depth. The draft isn't won on day one. You've got to. Day 2 is the most important day, in my opinion. Rounds 2 and 3, because that's where you get your steals and you want your first round pick to be a superstar, but you need your second and third round picks to hit as well. Otherwise, the draft doesn't mean anything, because even if your first round pick's good, if all the other picks suck, then what's the point? So I don't mind trading back and getting extra picks. I think it's the best thing to do, which is why I was happy the Cowboys went from 10 to 12, even though it was the Eagles. I wasn't bothered because the Eagles were going to pick Devontae Smith anyway, so it didn't bother me too much. But I think if you picked up maybe a third rounder here as well, I mean, you didn't have a second round pick as well, the Vikings, so maybe you might have picked up a second rounder with this Jets trade. We're still waiting for the details to come through on that. I need to get the Chargers banner up. Maybe T could to last the 20s. Yeah, he definitely could. I mean, like I said, the Chargers have took their offensive lineman now. So you don't need to worry about an offensive lineman going off the board. Maybe the Jets wanted Christian Darrisaw. I mean, they've already got Mekhi Becton. They're not going to go offensive line here, are they? No way. Maybe, like you said, maybe an edge rusher. Jalen Phillips, maybe. I think Jalen Phillips, in my opinion, is the best edge rusher in this draft. Quitty Pay maybe could be a pick as well. But yeah, very, very interesting here. And New England at 15 is going to be very interesting because Mac Jones is just sitting there. Did they take Mac Jones, the Patriots? Arizona's on the clock as well. I think Arizona could go cornerback. But there's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah on the board as well. He's a very, very good player. Let's see what you got. So, wait, what? Oh, so Kieran, you basically move back. You move back 9 slots. So the Jets get the 14th overall and a 4th rounder. You get the 23rd overall pick and 2 third rounders. So you get 2 third rounders. I think you've got 4 third round picks now. You can easily trade back into the second round there with the picks you've got. I don't think that's a bad trade at all. You've picked up extra picks. But the Jets, the pick is in for the New York Jets. I wonder who they're going to take. Zeke Elliott's put Micah Parsons, don't touch me in practice, Rook. Yeah, I know Shannon Sharp, obviously, on Undisputed, he said that the player he would pick if it was the Dallas Cowboys GM would be Micah Parsons because he compared him to Devin White. So if the Cowboys are getting Devin White at pick 12, then I'd be very chuffed with that. Kieran's put, we have five third round picks. Jesus. Wow. 5 third rounders. There it is, Elijah Vera Tucker. So fair play They've just drafted Justin. What am I on about? They've just drafted Zach Wilson out of BYU. They picked up Mekhi Becton last season in the draft, and they've now got Elijah Vera-Tucker, who can play guard or tackle. They've announced him as a guard, so I think he's going to be playing guard. But yeah, I think it's a very good pick for the Jets. It's about where I predicted him to go. But Christian Darrisaw's still on the board. A top left tackle still sitting there. Maybe the Vikings could trade straight back up with somebody and get Darrisaw if they wanted. But yeah, as I said, he's got the position flexibility. He can play left tackle or left guard. Rap Sheet said something here. The possible landing spots for Matt Jones are the Patriots and the Raiders, according to Ian Rappaport. Yeah, I've enjoyed this draft so far. I think it's been one of the better drafts I've watched. To be honest, just because it's very, very, very hard to predict. A lot of interesting stuff has been happening. The pick is in for the Pats. I think it's Mac Jones. Who else can it be really? It's fallen right into their lap. Well, here he is. The commissioner's here. Roger Goodell.
With food insecurity a challenge for so many Americans, we've teamed up with Feeding America as part of Draft-a-thon to help fight hunger.
See the New England Patriots select.
Behind me, a former Marine saw a need in his community and started providing food to fellow veterans. He and his team have provided more than 5.6 million meals in 10 different states to food for vets. Don, thank you for your service to our country and for helping those facing food insecurity. The stage is yours to make the Patriots pick. With the 15th pick in the 2021
See the Patriots take.
the six-time world champion New England Patriots select Mac Jones.
There it is, Mac Jones. Unbelievable. The Patriots sit at 15. They don't trade up. They don't give up any draft capital. And Mac Jones falls right into the lap of Bill Belichick. I mean, I said to him, I said he's not the best prospect with the talent he's had surrounded by him, but he's a well-coached player. He's played under Nick Saban. He knows how to win games. He's won obviously a CFP championship game. This is the perfect fit for Mac Jones. Bill Belichick will know exactly how to work to his best of his abilities. And as I said, he's experienced in winning at the collegiate level. He'll have new weapons. Obviously, the Patriots spent big in free agency. And Mac Jones is a New England Patriot. That's a great pick for the Pats. At 15 as well, I thought they might trade up for him into the top 10, just with how valuable quarterbacks are. I mean, I think he's the 5th best QB in this draft, but still, to get a QB like at 15 in the modern era is very, very good. and he's pro comparison according to NFL. Is Matt Ryan, former MVP. So if they got Matt Ryan, I think the Patriots were pretty happy with that. Yeah, I'll just get Matt Jones' stats up right now. From the Alabama Crimson Tide. You can see this past season he won the national championship with Alabama, defeating, I believe it was Ohio State in the final, and Jalen and Justin Fields. 4,500 passing yards, which was first in the nation. 41 passing touchdowns, second in the nation, and only 4 interceptions. It was quite phenomenal. He was surrounded by extreme talent in Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle, and like I said, coached by Nick Saban. And Alabama never have a bad offensive line, so he had all the weapons around him. But I think going to the Patriots, where they're a winning franchise, Bill Belichick will know exactly what to do with this kid. And I think in terms of Mac Jones, it's the best possible landing spot he could have gone is the New England Patriots. Pats now that the QBs are Cam Newton, Mac Jones, Jarrett Stidham. Cam Newton only signed a 1-year deal. There's no guarantees he starts. Mac Jones could be the start of day one for the New England Patriots come next season. So a very interesting pick there for the Pats. They stay pat and they get Mac Jones. Good pick there from the New England Patriots. But yeah, that's a very good point Kurt Warner just raised there on the draft show. He said that Tom Brady was not athletic at all when he was drafted, and he went on to win 5 Super Bowls with the New England Patriots. So he'll fit the system very well. I think in New England will Mac Jones, and like I said, Belichick will know exactly what to do with him. At pick 15, like I said, with most of the players being wiped off the board, the Patriots didn't trade up, they just sat there. Mac Jones fell right there. They thought, you know what, we'd be silly not to. There were rumours the Pats could trade up and get Mac Jones. And the fact they've just not even had to move at all and they pick him up. Fair play to the Pats. Next up is the Arizona Cardinals, and the pick's already in. I wonder who this is. Maybe Greg Newsom from Northwestern, the corner. The Cardinals pick is in. We're just waiting to get over that. But yeah, already 4 Alabama draftees in this draft. Let's see what the Cardinals take. Wow. Ooh. Zaven Collins, I did mention him. I mentioned he could be a possible fit for the Dallas Cowboys. This guy is another freak athlete at linebacker, 6'4", 259 pounds. He doesn't run like that. He runs like he's 6 foot tall. Ridiculously good athlete. He can blitz the passer. He's very good in coverage. This is a really, really good pick here for the Cardinals, but I didn't think they'd go linebacker. But like I said, he can, as Daniel Jeremiah said there, he can play as an edge rusher, linebacker. He's very, very versatile. Nice pick there by the Cardinals. I'll get Zayvon Collins stats up from this past season. But yeah, Zayvon Collins, his past season, as I mentioned, he's very versatile as an edge rusher, as a linebacker. He had 36 solo tackles, 4 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 4 interceptions. The Cardinals are just kind of getting a complete football player. I think with the pick of Zayvon Collins, you might see Isaiah Simmons move back to safety. I know they drafted him as a linebacker from LSU. Didn't have the best of rookie seasons. But I think Isaiah Simmons, if you put him back to safety, Zayvon Collins can be your new starting middle linebacker. Like I said, rush the passer, drop in coverage, and 6'4", he's a phenomenal athlete. Runs like a tight end. This is a really, really good pick here for the Arizona Cardinals. Zayvon Collins, as I mentioned, the Cowboys had a very high grade on him, I think. They had a very high first round grade on him. So the fact that the Cardinals have picked him up at pick 16 just shows how highly touted he was around the league. Oh, it's getting to that point now where I'm getting very, very tired. 25 past 3 in the morning. I'm shattered. I've been up since 8 o'clock yesterday morning.
Official partner of the NFL on Sky Sports.
Now the Las Vegas Raiders, not the Oakland, the Las Vegas Raiders are now on the clock. Pick 17. 1 minute 55 seconds to go on the clock. I wonder who they're going to take here. I'd probably say offensive line. I just don't know which offensive lineman they'd probably take. I had them taking a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah in my mock draft. We'll see who they pick though. The pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. Yeah, I think Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah was the best available player on the board right now. But they probably want offensive line. Tevin Jenkins could be in play. Christian Darrisaw is on the board. I forgot about Christian Darrisaw. In fact, I think Christian Darrisaw is going to be the pick for the Raiders. I didn't think he'd be here at pick 17. They desperately need offensive line. So yeah, I think Christian Darrisaw, he's probably going to be the pick for the Raiders. They lost Trent Brown. They lost Rodney Hudson. Richie Cognito, I think, left the team. They need a rebuild on that offensive line. I think Christian Darrisaw could be a good first step to doing that. What position would you still like to go for then, Kieran? At pick 23. Still looking offensive line? Maybe safety. Safety could be in player as well. Trevon Merrick from TCU. He could definitely be a potential pick here for the Raiders. I think if Jalen Phillips falls past this pick, I think Miami pick him up. Hometown kid. I had him at my mock draft. I thought Jalen Phillips would go pick 18 to Miami. Washington is still on the ball as well. The Giants, who traded out with the Bears, see what they can pick up.
With the 17th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood, tackle, Alabama.
Wow, so they took an offensive lineman, but they took Alex Leatherwood from Alabama. And to be fair, early on in the draft process, Alex Leatherwood was a tackle that many people thought was a first round pick. I think as I saw big boards coming towards the start of the draft, I think people had him as a second round pick, but still, again, he's played at Alabama, very, very experienced, a left tackle, blocked for Mac Jones. And like I said, playing for Alabama, you're not going to be a bad player if you're starting for Alabama on the offensive line. So I think Alex Leatherwood is a nice pick here for the Raiders. It was a position of need. They needed to solidify that offensive line. And a pretty good pick there by the Raiders to take Alex Leatherwood. Which, like I said, I think they probably should have gone Owosu Koromoa, but offensive line was a need. We'll see where Christian Darrisaw ends up. Alex Leatherwood up on the screen. Like I said, I think he was a 3-year starter for Alabama anyway. So he's proven track record. He's blocked for the. Well, he's the left tackle for the national championship. He can't be a bad player, and it's another Alabama Crimson Tide player off the board. Curious to what Brown and Shabby said to the unprotected. What's it? Couple comments here. I was totally sold on the Raiders taking defense. Yeah, I thought they'd take Jeremiah Owosu Koromoa because he helps on all three levels of the defense. He helps the middle of the defense. He could even drop back as a safety. He was a beast on mine and Louis' Lions franchise. He was an absolute tank linebacker. And Louis put one around his Travis Etienne protected. Etienne's he's projected at 1/2, so he could go in the first tonight, but he could also go in the second. From what I heard, the Bills are pretty interested in Travis Etienne. And the Steelers are also going to take a running back in this draft, apparently, in the first round. So that could be Najee Harris or Travis Etienne. I think we've had another trade. Is it? No, the Dolphins are on the pick. The Dolphins are on the clock, and the pick is in. The Travis Etienne, I think, is going to be. He could go in round 1. If he don't go in round 1, he'll definitely go in round 2. But I think teams have got him as like the third best running back, which is a shame because I think he's good as Etienne. Good catch out the backfield. He's more of an elusive running back than he's a power back, but yeah, I think this pick's Jalen Phillips. I agree. I had him in my mock draft. I think the Dolphins here at pick 18 take Jalen Phillips, defensive end, Miami. See what Roger Goodell says. I mean, Christian Darrisaw could be a pick here as well. You know, they need the offensive line help to block for Tua. There it is, Jalen Phillips. It makes all the sense in the world. He's a hometown kid. Like I said, I had him as my first pass rush going off the board on my mock draft. He gets in the backfield. He can play inside, outside. He just causes havoc. He just literally causes havoc. He didn't play his first season because he was in a car crash. I believe. So he was very, very unlucky. But this past season he played with Miami, I think he had about 8 sacks, 15 tackles for losses. Great IQ. I think it's a very, very good pick by the Miami Dolphins. You just have to. They traded away Shaq Lawson, I think, or someone, one of the defensive ends. So they needed someone out there for edge rush, and I think Jalen Phillips, great pick there by the Miami Dolphins. And next up on the clock is the Washington football team. All the QBs are off the board. I think they could also go linebacker. I think Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is a possible pick here for the Washington football team. Kieran says Phillips staying in Miami is perfect. Yeah, exactly. I agree. You picked a hometown kid. He had a tough start to his career, as I mentioned. He had that bad injury, but he goes and plays for the Dolphins. He's pretty much at home. I think he'll be a really, really good NFL player, Jalen Phillips. So fair play to him. I don't know why they take a break on the draft. Like, why don't they just stick and talk about the picks instead of taking a break for like 5 minutes?
What are your tips for the big game? Yeah.
Harry Redknapp again.
Hello, Gaffer. Tips for the game? Well, I think there'll be plenty.
Why is it under the Harry Redknapp advert that plays with sound? I don't get it. Yeah, I'll get Jalen Phillips stats up from this past season with the Miami Hurricanes, I think it is. Yeah, Miami Hurricanes. Jalen Phillips. As you can see, he's got great size. He's about 6'5". So he's a big unit coming off the edge. 21 solo tackles, 8 sacks. Plus he got a pick. I believe that was a diving interception as well. So he's a good athlete, and he's what the Dolphins need. Fits their scheme really, really well. A big, put your hand in the dirt. You know, a lot of schemes down in the NFL, you've got pass rushers where they're almost stand-up pass rushers, but Phillips is a typical put your hand in the dirt, go after the quarterback. He's got a ridiculously good motor as well. He's not going to give up on the play. So I think Jalen Phillips here, it's about the right value, and I thought it would be the first defensive end taken off the board. So yeah, good pick there by the Miami Dolphins. Next up, as I mentioned, is the Washington football team. I think if I'm going to put a quick prediction in, I'd probably say it's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. They were linked with Jamin Davis as well from Kentucky, but I think with Owusu-Koramoah still been on the board. He's still a top-rated player. I'm starting to get tired now, though. As we want to pick 19.
Official partner of the NFL on Sky Sports.
Right, we're back. The draft is back on the TV, and the pick is in for the Washington football team. I'm going to say Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah was the pick here. I think when you look at the Redskins defense, it's absolutely stacked. They've got Chase Young, Montez Sweat, Deron Payne. The defensive line is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. The secondary is also very good. They've got William Jackson in fridge. They've still got Kendall Fuller. Cameron Curl was a very good safety for them last season as a rookie. The one weakness of his linebacker, they've got Cole Holcomb, I believe, and that's it. Cole Holcomb, and that's it. So I think if you get Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, if the football team get Owusu-Koramoah here, I'm going to say that's the best defense in the NFL. Period. Because Owusu-Koramoah, he helps rush the passer. He can be a coverage linebacker. He can even drop back as a safety, as I mentioned, because he's just a freak athlete. So I think if this is Owusu-Koramoah, the Redskins have arguably got the best defense in the entire NFL, and there will be a threat to the Dallas Cowboys and the Eagles and the Giants in the NFC East. But let's see who the Washington football team, we keep calling the Redskins. Let's see who they select.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate.
Jamin Davis. Wow. So I said Jamin Davis would be a player they could target. I thought they'd get a linebacker. I thought it'd be Owusu-Koramoah, but they go with Jamin Davis. Fair play. I had them going to the Saints I had Jamin Davis going to the Saints in my mock draft, but still, very good pick there by the Washington Redskins. According to John Jeremiah, he's linked into Darius Leonard, the All-Pro linebacker from the Indianapolis Colts. Very good athlete, Jamin Davis, very quick in coverage. And with him being such a big guy, he's 6'3", 235 pounds, Jamin Davis. He can mark tight ends, and he comes flying sideline to sideline. It's a very, very good pick by the Washington football team. And again, that defense just gets better and it gets more scary. I mean, watching the highlights of Jamin Davis here, you can see how versatile he is. He just picked a pass off in the end zone. He rushed the passer. He covered a linebacker. He covered a tight end, sorry. He looks like a Swiss Army knife. Very similar to Owusu-Koramoah, I think. But a good pick there by the football team. I think all NFC's teams have made really good picks tonight so far. The Eagles getting Smith was massive for them. The Cowboys getting Micah Parsons was a nice value pick. Jamin Davis now pick 19 for the football team. Now we see where the New York Giants are going to go with pick 20. Kieran's put they take defense again. That is mad. Yeah, that is crazy. But I mean, they could have taken offensive line maybe. There isn't a quarterback there for them. Wide receivers, if they think Jamin Davis is the best defensive player on the board at that time, just take him, because I think they did need a linebacker. Everything else on the defense was good except linebacker. Now they've got Jamin Davis. That defense is ridiculous for the football team. Scary team going into next season now, the football team. If they can get good, competent play from Fitzpatrick or Heineke, whoever starts for them, or maybe they can draft a QB later in the draft. If they can sort the QB situation out, the football team could be a contender for the playoffs quite easily. I mean, I know they made the playoffs last season, but they could actually go into the playoffs and cause havoc. And now the New York Giants are on the clock. Jamin Davis. I've looked at some of his stats. As I mentioned, 48 tackles last season for Kentucky, 1.5 sacks, a forced fumble, and 3 picks. So again, he's a do-it-all linebacker. A nice pick up there for the Washington football team. He's been mocked to them quite a few times in different mock drafts. I've seen people do. So it makes all the sense in the world for the Redskins, for the football team. Sorry, but Owusu-Koramoah is still on the board. know, Jeremiah and Rich Johnson talking here. The Giants could go defensive end, possibly, with pick 20. Probably a reach if you go for a receiver here. Well, probably not. Bateman's still a very good receiver. Elijah Moore could be picked pretty early here as well. But edge rusher apparently is where the Giants could be targeting here. Two minutes to go on the clock for the Giants. They look to trade back again, maybe. Or they're going to make their pick. Still on the clock. And the pick is in for the Giants. And Ian Rappaport's on the screen. Let's see what he's got to say. Talk about Caleb Farley, and as I mentioned, Caleb Farley, as Ian Rappaport literally just said there, Caleb Farley could have easily been the first cornerback taken in this draft. He's arguably better than Satan. He's arguably better than J.C. Horn. However, he had 2 back surgeries in college. He also got coronavirus this week as well, which is a massive shame for him. He wasn't able to attend the draft. And according to Ian Rappaport, the landing spots are the Titans, Jaguars, and Saints. So again, a possible top 10 player. He's going to fall into the late 20s because he's had 2 back surgeries in college. It's not a good sign for teams, because if you're having back surgery in college, surely that only translates to the NFL. But if Caleb Farley can join a team and stay healthy and not get the injury bug, someone is getting an absolute steal, because this guy, I think he run a 4.28 40 or something stupid like that. He didn't run the 40, but they said if he was going to run the 40, he would run a 4.28, which is unheard of for a cornerback. That's it's pretty close to Deion Sanders territory, really. And he has good ball skills too. So I think if Caleb Farley can stay healthy, someone takes a risk on him, will be a fantastic pick for him. But the pick is in for the New York Giants at pick 20. I think they're going to go edge rusher. I think they're going to go Quitty Pay, but we'll have to wait and see what they do. Giant selections in.
With the 20th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Kadarius Toney, wide receiver.
Wow. So they took a wide receiver. They took Kadarius Toney. I had him going 27 overall to the Baltimore Ravens in my mock draft again. The main thing I said about him is he's got a couple of drop issues, but when he gets the ball in his hands, he's very hard to bring down. Run off the catch ability is ridiculous. Kind of turned into a running back when he gets the ball in his hands. Daniel Jones needed the weapon. They've signed Kenny Golladay as a free agent, but now you get Kadarius Toney to pair him with Kenny Golladay. Get the ball in his hands, he makes magic happen. As you can see there in this highlight, he breaks through like 3 or 4 players. Absolutely ridiculous.
Hey, Harry.
So fair play to the Giants. 20th overall, probably fair value for Toney. I thought mid first round is where he would go. Mid to late first round, and he's gone to the New York Giants. So the Giants trade back and still get an offensive weapon for Daniel Jones. So I think it's a nice pick by the Giants. I mean, I probably would have gone Bateman over Kadarius Toney. Maybe Elijah Moore as well. I probably would have gone over Toney, but still, Toney's still a talented player.
NFL Draft is brought to you by Lowe's, official sponsor of the NFL Draft, and presented by Verizon. Feel right.
And so the Giants drafted Kadarius Toney, wide receiver from Florida, the 20th overall pick again. A run off the catch beast. When he gets the ball in his hands, he's very, very dangerous. If you can just sort of drop his shoes out, could be a solid, it could be a good receiver consistently, and not just a receiver that works well off screen passes and whatnot. But again, he worked the same team as Kyle Pitts, so probably wasn't the main weapon on the team as well. So his numbers won't be that too crazy, I don't believe. Let's have a look. Kadarius Toney from the Florida Gators. Yeah, this past season, 70 receptions, very good season for him. 984 yards and 10 touchdowns. He kind of exploded, really, broke onto the scene. His first 3 years, he only had combined 600 yards and 2 touchdowns. This past season, he broke out with 70 catches for 984 yards and 10 TDs, averaging 14 yards a catch. Very good season for him with Florida, who had a very good season in general, with the likes of Kyle Pitts and Kyle Trask, a quarterback who's probably going to be taken in the second round. Maybe the first round if someone trades back and gets him. If I do have a break and not say anything, it's just because I'm looking through Twitter and Bleacher Report and whatnot. People reacting to the draft picks. I'm actually Keep Talib breaking down Micah Parsons. Keep Talib says he could be an NFL GM one day, which is a fair comment. He's a smart guy, smart cornerback in his day. Oh, real. Kieran said Darisaw is one that I want now. Not gonna lie, I would be surprised if we go pay off it's Russo, but not Russo personally. Yeah, I think Darisaw would be a very good pick at this point, like you say. I think you're picking at 23. I'll double check up here. So you're up, you've got the Colts, Titans, then the Vikings will pick. I think if Christian Darisaw is there, be forced to pick 23, great pick up there by the Vikings. I think Quitterpay could go this pick right here with the Colts. They need a pass rusher. But yeah, Gregory Rousseau, very rare prospect for me. I had him going to the Buccaneers in my mock draft because I think the Buccaneers are so stacked they can draft a player and allow him to have time to develop. Where I think the Vikings, they need instant production. I don't know if Gregory Rousseau would be able to give them that. So I think Quitterpay is on the board, could be an option. Aziz Ojulari could be an option from Georgia. Darisaw, as I mentioned, the offensive lineman. Tevin Jenkins is a beast. He's a beast from Oklahoma State. In my mock draft today, I described him as nasty because he is. He's not afraid to run men over. And I think he'd probably come in as a right tackle straight away. So the Vikings have got options at pick 23. And he picked up 2 third rounders as well. So you can still definitely get a good starting offensive lineman or defensive end at pick 23. See what the Colts go with anyway. Pick 21, the pick is in. Yeah, I think this pick here for the Colts, pick is in. I think it's going to be Quitty, defensive end from Michigan, or Azeez Ojulari. Colts pick is in. See where they go. Quitty. Yep, I thought that would be the pick. Defensive end from Michigan. We'll just get him up. From the Michigan Wolverines. Again, a very, very explosive athlete. As I mentioned in the mock draft, he only got 2 sacks this past season. However, he did have 6.5 the year before that. Again, it just seems like whenever Michigan have defensive ends, they all seem like raw prospects. You know, similar to Taco Charlton was pretty raw. Rashan Gary's been pretty raw. I think Quitty, he brings, similar to Jalen Phillips, he brings inside and outside flexibility. He can play the run pretty well on the outside, and with his athleticism, he also allows him just to beat offensive tackles. You know, because how big he is, I think he's like 6'4", 6'3", 6'4". I think, you know, it wasn't very productive, but the talent is there. And I think if they can get the best out of him, pair him with obviously DeForest Buckner on that defensive line, it's a decent pick. Oh, I can't keep my eyes open. Oh, like I said, I'm starting to get a bit tired now. Who's put his Aaron Rodgers trade stuff legit, by the way? Well, it was a report that the Niners had requested, to possibly trade for him, and he got shut down straight away. But then Adam Schefter came out about 4 or 5 hours ago and said that Aaron Rodgers is reportedly unhappy in Green Bay. He's told multiple people that he don't want to be there, and he's grown tired of the organisation not helping him. So Schefter's reliable, you know. He's not. Schefter's not going to lie about it. So there's no sugarcoating it. Aaron Rodgers is not happy in Green Bay. He wants an extension, basically. I mean, he's getting paid $33 million this season, which is about $7 million behind Dak Prescott, and it's about $12 million behind Patrick Mahomes in terms of annual salary. So Rodgers wants to be paid the highest QB in the league, which is understandable, and he wants more weapons out on the outside for him. So I think the fact that the Packers drafted Jordan Love last year really, really annoyed him, and it's got to a point now where he pretty much wants out, but the Packers obviously aren't going to trade him. They're going to try and salvage it as much as they can because it's Aaron Rodgers, one of the best QBs in the league, obviously. And Kieran's put obviously some would say Rodgers' Packers' career is in jeopardy. It very much is. I mean, at this point, he might just retire from the NFL and become the Jeopardy host for good. Who knows? Because I know he's a very big fan of the show, Jeopardy. But yeah, the Tennessee Titans are now on the clock. I think they're going to go wide receiver, personally. I think if it's not a wide receiver, it could be Caleb Farley as a possible pick. Rodgers wants more weapons, he needs to take less money. Yeah, it's very true. It's very true, but also you could say the same thing. The Packers, you know, drafting a wide receiver in the first round it wouldn't cost you barely anything. And the fact that the Packers last season, they could have had Chase Claypool, who went in the second round to the Pittsburgh Steelers, instead they chose Jordan Love. Apparently, Quitty Pace's heart condition was red flagged at the combine, according to Ian Rappaport. I wasn't actually aware of that, but he's been drafted now anyway, so it's not affected his draft stock. He's still gone in the first round. I wonder if the Colts know anything about that. But yeah, going back to comment, Louis, I think the Packers fans wanted Kenny Golladay. Obviously, the Giants completely outbid them there. There are rumours of possibly Will Fuller trade earlier in the season. That never happened. So when the Packers have had chances to get a weapon for Aaron Rodgers, they've just not taken the chance. And I think if they don't take a wide receiver tonight, after what Rodgers, I think Rodgers has basically become disgruntled today because he's basically, I think he's trying to tell the Packers in a different language, get me a wide receiver in tonight's draft right now. Otherwise, I'm forcing my way out of here. And the rumours that they're very interested in Rashad Bateman, the wide receiver out of Minnesota. He could be a possible trade-up candidate. Elijah Moore could be a possible pick. Terrence Marshall from LSU. So there's wide receivers still there the Packers can pick up. There's no excuse, really. But we'll see where they go. But obviously, first up is Tennessee at pick 22. They need a wide receiver, in my opinion. They also need a corner. I think this pick's Rashad Bateman. I'm going to Rashad Bateman with this pick for the Tennessee Titans, the wide receiver out of Minnesota. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. Does it? Oh, no. Reading through Twitter, Micah Parsons wants the number 11 jersey. Obviously, because players now, there's no restriction on the numbers. They ease the rule, so you'll see a lot of college players wanting to use their college numbers when they get drafted into NFL. I mean, I think Odell Beckham was rumored he might change his number, but it will cost the players $2 million to do that, just to cover the price of merchandise, stuff like that. So I think that's pretty interesting. Micah Parsons wants number 11 from Cedric Wilson. I'll have to see what happens there, because Micah Parsons obviously did wear 11 at Penn State. I've just seen the Clippers fan as well put on Twitter whether it been draft night. 3 years ago, the Clippers drafted Jerome Robinson. Not on the team anymore, but they picked him over Michael Porter Jr. Massive, massive L. And it's taken about 5 minutes. It said picking now for about 5 minutes for the Titans. They're playing Sweet Caroline. It's not a bad song in Sweet Caroline, but I'd rather know the pick. And see what Minnesota do then on the clock. If Darrisaw is not picked here, Kieran, would he take Darrisaw? Because he seems to be sliding for some reason. Probably a top 15 talent, and he's slid all the way to 22. Would he still pick him despite the off-field issues that might have arose with him falling down the draft? Yeah, I think I'll predict this pick to be Bateman, Rashad Bateman. But yeah, they take the time, don't they, to get this pick out. Well, Mike Parsons has played a snap and he's scrapping in the locker room. Yeah, he's already. Zeke's already said he don't want tackling by him in practice. Mike Parsons put "we'll see." That probably means he's going to spear Zeke. And now he's trying to rob Cedric Wilson's number. I mean, the guy's eager. You've got to give him that. At least he's a hungry player. Like you say, not even played a snap yet. He's been a Dallas Cowboy for about an hour, and he's trying to nick numbers already. But we'll see who the Tennessee Titans can pick here to pick 22. There he is, Caleb Farley, the cornerback out of Virginia Tech. I said they needed a receiver or a corner. They go with Caleb Farley in the end again. Without the two back surgeries, this guy probably could have been a top 10 pick. He falls to pick 22. If his injury works out, if he's not injured, it's a steal, quite simply, for the Tennessee Titans. 6'1", 197 pounds, perfect size for a corner. Apparently could have run a sub 4.3 if he took part in his pro day. Just a ridiculously good athlete. He's known as a pretty good ball hawk as well. So this is a great pick here for the Tennessee Titans. Obviously lost Malcolm Butler, they lost Adoree Jackson. It was a big need for them. And like I said, if Farley can stay injured, absolute steal at pick 22, for the Tennessee Titans. Yeah, Caleb Farley was obviously going to attend the draft tonight, but he got a late COVID test, so he couldn't actually go to the draft, which is a big shame for him. And I also he had them two back surgeries, so he's kind of had it pretty unlucky, Caleb Farley. So I'm rooting for him. I hope he does really well. He's fallen in the draft. He did also come out and say, "I'm going to punish teams that pass on me, like Randy Moss punished teams that pass on him." So big statement to make there. But yeah, Titans draft Caleb Farley, cornerback, Virginia Tech with the 22nd pick. Nice pick. And now the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. Where do you want them to go, Kieran? What player do you want here? I think it's got to be Darisaw, surely. I mean, Caleb Farley looks a bit like Blake Griffin, to be honest. So I can understand why he's a phenomenal athlete. Yeah, you've got Darisaw still available, obviously. I don't think you need a receiver. I think he's probably going to be defensive end or offensive line for the Vikings. Darisaw, possibly Azeez Ojulari. I think Darisaw. Kieran's put Darisaw has to be. Yeah, it's got. You'd think so, wouldn't you? You'd like to think so. Because I don't think anyone envisioned him being pick 23. Starting left tackle for Virginia Tech, I believe, for 3 seasons. He's played there all his career. He'd instantly slot in as a starting left tackle for you. So, yeah, you think it's got to be Christian Darisaw. While it's a commercial break as well, I'll get Caleb Farley's NFL draft profile up. Just show you some highlights of the cornerback from Virginia Tech. Might as well, because these commercial breaks are so annoying. I don't know why they have them, because the analysts should just keep on talking. Again, as you can see there, Caleb Farley showing his speed to get back and break up the pass. Just a freak athlete, and if these back surgeries are not serious, then it's a great pick for the Titans. Oh. Just gone past 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm ready for my bed, but watching the first round first, the grind don't stop. Still plenty of picks to go. Yeah, possibly some more trades. Yeah, who knows? Maybe another possible trade back here for the Vikings. Yeah, I think Darisaw probably. I think it's Darisaw. It's got to be. You know what? This Jamie Redknapp advert's been on every single time it tries to catch me out. I'm just going to leave it because I can't be asked changing it now. And he's been trying to get on screen all night as Harry Redknapp. So you know what, Harry Redknapp? You get your 30 seconds of fame, mate. Along with Michael Owen. The pick is in for the Vikings. Video is this. 57. It said highlighting the best defensive players of the past season. I'll leave it on for now. We're still waiting for the Vikings pick to come in. Yeah, it's got to be Darisaw, surely. The pick's in. So, I mean, if you've moved back 23 and still got Darisaw, fantastic value there for the Minnesota Vikings. Whew. The Vikings drafted 15 players in 2020, most by any team in 1994. Because obviously we know Kieran Rick Spielman loves his 7th rounders. Pick's in though. It's taking the time though. Yeah, here comes Goodell now. The pick's going to be announced. Once he's in, he drafted him off sleep. If he drafted tonight, yeah. I think the best place for him to get drafted right now is probably there it is. Christian Darisaw is a Minnesota Viking. Great pick. Top 15 talent. He's played left tackle all his career. 6'4", 322 pounds. Perfect size. Great pick for the Vikings. A position of need. And so you wanted Kieran, so you're going to be happy with that, surely. But to go back to your comment, Louis, ETN. The Steelers apparently need a running back, and they're up next. So they could take ETN or Najee Harris, one of the two. Buffalo Bills maybe need Travis Etienne. They're also rumoured to be wanting a running back. But if he's not drafted tonight, he definitely will be drafted tomorrow in the 2nd round. I still think someone's going to trade up for some reason. I've got a feeling someone's going to trade back up into this 1st round and make a play for somebody. But yeah, Skinny Darisaw just pancaking players down the field. He kind of looks like Lale Collins, a big tackle that's very athletic, gets downfield, an instant starter for the Minnesota Vikings, definitely. Here's put trade up into the 2nd for Wyatt Davis or an edge like Osai, Away, or Jalari. Now, I think Joseph Osai would be a really good pick. I'm a big fan of Osai from Texas. Very well spoken guy. He's a team leader. I think he'd be an instant impact on your defense as well as an edge rusher. Away, he's a good athlete. I think Away could go in the 1st round just based off his combine. But again, if Away can turn his talent into production, I think he could be a brilliant player. Darisaw. Yeah, so that's Vikings draft Christian Darisaw, left tackle from Virginia Tech with 23rd pick. So back-to-back Virginia Tech players going here in the draft. Caleb Farley to the Tennessee Titans, and then Christian Darisaw. Good value there for the Vikings at pick 23. New starting left tackle. I think this pick's going to be a running back. This pick is definitely going to be a running back, whether it's Najee Harris, whether it's Travis Etienne, whether it's Javonte Williams, whether it's Michael Carter. One of the 4 it's going to be. I think it's going to be Najee Harris. That's why I had the Steelers picking him a mock draft. Just brings a brand new dimension. he's a very good player, Harris. But it could be Travis Etienne. Let's find out what the Steelers have picked. There it is, Najee Harris. I felt like it was going to be running back, and that's who they pick up, Najee Harris from Alabama. Great pick. We'll get his stats up here. As you can see there, Najee Harris in the 2020 season, he had 251 rushing attempts, 1,466 yards, 26 touchdowns. And not to mention, he also had 425 yards receiving and 4 touchdowns. He's a do-it-all back. Good value here as well. You know, pick 24 for the best running back in the draft class is pretty good. I like the pick for the Steelers. I really do like the pick. And there is a need of something else on offense. And Najee Harris can definitely bring that. Very good pick there by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Adds a new dynamic to the Steelers. Solid picks, as Kieran. Yeah, exactly the same, mate. Just add something brand new because they couldn't get the ball running last year. James Conner was underperforming. I think he's left the team now. They're relying on Ben Roethlisberger far too much. You give this guy the ball, Najee Harris. He can run the ball effectively up the middle and onto the perimeter, but he can also catch the ball at the backfield. So you can set up some wide receivers, set up some running back screens. Very, 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 very productive for Alabama. I like the pick for the Steelers. Could have gone Travis Etienne. He's also a good running back, but Etienne's going to have to wait. He's not the first running back off the board. And, I mean, Najee Harris's comparison is Franco Harris, so big praise there. Comparing a new Steelers running back to a former Steelers legend in Franco Harris. I mean, if it's Franco Harris, Steelers fans are going to be buzzing with that. But next up is the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're back on the clock. If Robin's still awake, your team is back on the clock, mate. In the first round, obviously, he took Trevor Lawrence with the first overall pick. New starting quarterback from Clemson. I think this pick is Trevon Merrick, safety from TCU. That's where I'm going with this pick. Safety is a big need. And yeah, he's the best safety in the draft. I think Merrick is a safe pick here for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. What are your tips for the big game? Yeah, Michael.
Buddy, I read Nap again, playing it back, love.
We're here for small business every day.
Oh.
Official partner of the NFL on Sky Sports. The commissioner's coming up with the pick right here.
Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray.
Trouble with everything you look for in a franchise quarterback. Justin Fields has phenomenal skill offering the athleticism.
This kid, Zach Wilson, the buzz is out of control. His highlight reel is incredible.
There he is, the Heisman Trophy winner, one of the greatest.
Only just realised you have a chair like Goodell, yeah? Yeah, it's true. I mean, it possibly could be Goodell's chair that he was sat in last year's draft. I mean, it was funny last year when I was watching Goodell. He stood up excited for the first 10 picks. All of a sudden, he's got to the back end of the second round and he's reading off his card like this. He's half asleep. Paul Roger, even at Ali's M&M's, didn't he? Quite funny that last year. And the crazy thing is, you'll probably never see a draft like that ever again. There probably will never ever be a virtual draft ever again, because you'd like to think in a year's time COVID will be done with, and we're back to normal completely. I mean, it's kind of normal tonight because there's fans in the stadium, there's players collecting the jerseys, so it's something new, something like normality anyway. Yeah, it's probably the only time I'll ever see a online draft. Oh, tired, but 4:20. I could fall asleep right now, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna keep going to the end of the first round. Obviously, the day two. I can't stream the day two, which is a shame. I'm working pretty early in the morning, so I'm not going to be able to. I'm not going to be able to stream it unless I stay awake. But that'll absolutely kill me, and then my sleep schedule will be all over the place. So I can't cover day two or day three, but I'll be definitely doing a recap video of those. And the Cowboys, Vikings, Lions have all got a few picks on day two. Cowboys and Vikings obviously picked up extra picks by trading back tonight, so should be a fun day two indeed. We still need a corner. Hopefully we get our corner back tomorrow. Maybe trade up and get a corner back right now. Maybe Greg Newsom's still on the board. I wouldn't mind that. Everyone's hanging there, lad. I'm hanging in here, mate. I'm hanging in there. Who do you want with your next pick, Rowan? Because obviously you're on the clock now. I predicted it's going to be Trevon Merrick, safety from TCU. Good graph, well done, a fantastic job. Cheers, mate. Appreciate that. Yeah, just wanted to a bit more of a chill stream. Like I say, just getting the picks in as they come in. But I've enjoyed it. It's been a good first round draft. Some very, very interesting picks, to say the least. Some interesting trades. I didn't think the Bears were going to get Justin Fields, that's for sure. But I've enjoyed it so far. And we've still got 7 more picks to go. So 7 more picks to go. Could be a possible trade up from somebody. And it's getting interesting now because we're getting to the teams that were in the playoffs last season. So maybe these playoff teams can get a steal and just add to their roster. But the pick is in for the Jags. Let's see who they go with. So yeah, they got the Jags, then we got the Browns, then the Ravens and the Saints and the Packers, then Buffalo, then Baltimore, then Tampa Bay. So the Ravens have got 2 first rounders. Could possibly trade back with one of them, or they could, make 2 selections. They obviously got it from that Orlando Brown trade. He's sitting in the chair making this draft pick. Let's see who the Jags take. Oh, Travis Etienne. Your boy, Louis. Travis Etienne. And you know what's funny about that is Travis Etienne, the former teammate of Trevor Lawrence, they're pairing up the old backfield. So Lawrence and Etienne, they were both the QB in the running back tandem when they won the national championship. They're now playing for the Jags. So the Jags have got James Robinson and Travis Etienne, 2 very good running back options there. That's a great pick for the Jags. That's a very, very good pick. Fair play. Here's what I was raging earlier. We missed out on ABT with Darisaw isn't bad. Consolations, get it back in second now. No, I thought Darisaw's a great pick. I mean, you could even argue Darisaw is a better fit because, Veritucker was more of a guard, I thought, than a tackle. He could play tackle, but he's more of a guard. Darisaw is a left tackle. You can put him at left tackle. You know that Kirk Cousins' blind side's going to be protected. And you got extra draft picks by moving back and still getting him. I think it's been a W of a draft so far for the Vikings, if you ask me. But, this pick here, I like it a lot for the Jags. Yeah, so if you look at the Giants offense, let's put it on the screen. Trevor Lawrence at QB, Etienne Robinson, your running back tandem. You've got Marvin Jones and DJ Chark at receiver. All of a sudden, that's looking like a nice offense for the Jags. Thompson. Weird. Kieran Surprise, he's put what in capital letters. I mean, talk about improving the offense. I think that's a pick that settles Trevor Lawrence's nerves. Putting his former running back teammate on the same team as him straight away. I like it, man. I think it's a really interesting one. I mean, I probably should have gone defense or offensive line, but it's a splashy pick. Lewis put him out a closet Jags fan. I mean, I know he's your boy, Travis Etienne. He's phenomenal on the Madden draft class. And Jags look like an interesting team now. They've got a ton of cap space. They've got a new head coach in Urban Meyer. Trevor Lawrence is the new starting quarterback. Like I said, they signed Marvin Jones. All of a sudden, there's a lot of cap there. This is an interesting now for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They've still got a lot of picks. I think they've got 3 second rounders as well, so they can still have more talent. Interesting season coming for the Jags. James Robinson is already there. Hell of a 1-2 punch, or 3 because of range. Yeah, like I said, it's the 1-2 punches out of the backfield. James Robinson's more of your power back, but he can still receive out the backfield. With Travis Etienne's probably one of the best receiving. He's probably the best receiving back in this draft class. Najee Harris was very good, but Etienne at the backfield is special. And James put for me, for the Jags, needs all over the field. Running back would not have been my personal choice. Yeah, it seems like it's more of a luxury pick what they've picked here with Travis Etienne pairing him with James Robinson. Look, they need offensive line. They need they could do with some defensive ends, pass rushers, linebackers maybe a need, maybe another corner to pair with CJ Henderson. Safety is a massive need, but luckily for the Jags, they've got a ton of picks in this year's draft class, so they can fill all the needs of the team in this year's draft class. I think Etienne, just pairing him with his old college teammate Trevor Lawrence, I think that's the reason why they've gone and done it. Please should have had some major competition for running back. I may basically say to Robinson, do what he did last year. There is someone ready waiting. Yeah, exactly. You've hit the nail on the head there, Rowan. It puts pressure on Robinson. Robinson can't get comfortable now. I mean, he came in as an undrafted free agent, did very, very well. But just because he's had a 1,000-yard season, don't let him sit tight. Etienne's going to be on his tail and going to want to be the starting running back. Obviously, they'll both get used in different ways, in different packages. When you might have 2 running backs on the field at the same time. You might split one out as a wide receiver, as a slot receiver almost, as a scat back. But yeah, like I say, it keeps the competition healthy in the running back room. And Lewis put, it is a luxury pick, but it makes Trevor Lawrence settle in and perform. That by itself is great. Then you have the fact Etienne is actually good. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's what I say. It's a luxury pick, but it improves the team. He makes the offense more explosive, makes the opponents, they've now got to plan, well, when they might use Robinson and Etienne at the same time, it gives opposition defensive coordinators something else to worry about. And like I say, it settles Trevor Lawrence in. He's got a teammate in the backfield that he trusts. Day one, as soon as he steps field in the Jaguars, Travis Etienne's going to be by his side. So I think that's good. He settled your franchise QB in straight away. I like the pick. And can we put maybe the Jags thought Etienne would be taken by the Bills? I thought it would be taken by Buffalo. I had Buffalo taking him in my mock draft, so I thought they would take Etienne if he fell to them. So the Jags snag him at pick 25. The pick is in though. Pick 26 with the Cleveland Browns. I'm going to say Christian Barmore. That's my prediction. Christian Barmore, defensive tackle from Alabama. No, it's not Barmore. Owosu Koroma with a linebacker. Don't know how on earth he's fallen this far. Why would I take a corner? I mean, fair play, Greg Newsome. Yeah, so I took Greg Newsome in the second half of Northwestern. I said he could be a trade-up candidate for the Cowboys, but like I said, Greg Newsome, 6 foot tall. You're on a 4.38, very good athlete, very quick. He got the ball skills. I think he had a lot of pass breakups for Northwestern this past season. So, I mean, it's a good pick. They pair him with Denzel Ward. They'd already signed Troy Hill in free agency. They signed John Johnson in free agency. That secondary is looking a lot better now for the Cleveland Browns. They've still got Myles Garrett. They've just signed Jadeveon Clowney. He'll probably have a 2-sack season and, celebrate it like he's one of the top defensive ends in the league. But still, that Browns defense is looking very good. And that Browns team is looking like a legit threat in the AFC to the Kansas City Chiefs. I think it's a good pick by the Cleveland Browns. One I didn't see coming, that's for sure. I mean, with Greg Newsome, being 6 foot tall, you can now put him as your boundary corner, your outside corner. And Denzel Ward is more of a smaller corner. He can be your out and out slot corner. So it's a pretty good fit there. He helps out the Browns secondary. Him and Newsome and Troy Hill on the outside with Denzel Ward in the slot. All of a sudden, that's a very good cornerback room there for the Cleveland Browns. Who's put Ram off sleep with Etienne gone? You did say that, to be fair. As soon as Etienne gone, you go to bed. He's on to the Jags. Been a good stream, Will, and you get Hall of Fame Hustler badge tonight. I appreciate that Hall of Fame Hustler badge. Just try to churn out the content. It's 4:30, but who cares? Because it's draft night, the best night in sports. But yeah, thanks for coming in, Louis. It's been appreciated. Not many picks left to go now. Only about 5 picks. I'm just going to nip to the toilet real quick while we're on a commercial break. So we'll see who the next pick is. I believe it's the Ravens on the clock.
There is this one short, simple sentence that sums up the history of the Western world. It says nothing about anything to be rightly proud of. It simply tells the truth we prefer to forget. It's not an easy story to tell, because the story still continues today. Exterminate all the brutes.
They have an ancient rivalry. Godzilla will conquer.
We need God. The world needs him.
Oh. Still on a bloody commercial break. Yeah, the Ravens are on the clock now. I think they're going to go receiver. Elijah Moore or Bateman. One of the two. But still some very, very good names on the board. The teams could definitely look to pick up. As I mentioned, the best safety still on the board in Trevor Murray. The best defensive tackle still on the board, Christian Barmore. Some good defensive ends left still. Like you mentioned, Osai, Away, or Jalari. They're still available. Jeremiah Wosu-Conroy is still available. I have no idea how, because he's a beast. I thought the Browns might have taken a Wosu-Conroy, but Greg Newsom was still a pretty good pick. Yeah, some top talent left on the board. Asante Samuel Jr., the cornerback. I think he's a really good player out of Florida State. But the pick is in anyway for the Baltimore Ravens. The pick is in. Clemson football put a tweet out saying reunited and it feels so good with Etienne and Lawrence. Oh. Here it is, the Ravens pick. Roger Goodell's walking up to the stage. I'm going to say it is Elijah Moore. That's my prediction. Rashad Bateman. I forgot he was even available. I mean, that's a right pick, that. Pick 27, you get Rashad Bateman. I like the pick by the Baltimore Ravens. Very good pick indeed. Right. As you can see there on the screen as well, the Ravens' offensive pieces. You've got Lamar Jackson at QB, you've got J.K. Dobbins as the running back, the rookie from last season. You've still got Marquise Brown. You've added Rashad Bateman. You've still got Mark Andrews, who's a top 5 tight end in the league, it's fair to say. So, weapons now for Lamar Jackson. And we've gone to another commercial break yet again. Bloody hell, we only have one pick from the Ravens and we're back on a break. You'd think they get through the picks a bit quicker as they get towards the back end of the first round. But obviously not. The Saints are on the clock now. I had them taking Jamin Davis in my mock draft. He's off the board, but somehow Jeremiah Wosu-Conroy is still available. So he definitely could be a pick if he's still there. Also, the NFL have been putting out them cartoon photos of players that have been drafted. I think they're pretty cool, to be fair. And what's even better is, Kieran, because he didn't pick Vera Tucker, who was probably going to play guard, he picked Darisaw. Darisaw at left tackle. Dakota Dozier at left guard. Is there a better left-sided offensive line in the league? Darisaw and Dakota Dozier. I mean, Dakota Dozier, he's going to be showing Darisaw the ropes, obviously with him being the NFL veteran, the all-pro performer that he is. But I'm excited to see that now. You've got the rookie Darisaw left tackle, and you've got the All-Pro in Dakota Dozier at left guard. So your offensive line's looking a lot better. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wondrous, mysterious, bizarre, remarkable, dangerous, deadly. Nature in all its glory.
Our mission is to reveal a hidden world.
Captivating new shows this April on Sky Nature.
Should be back from the commercial break pretty shortly.
This is what the one live Sky Sports. 888 Sports, official partner of the NFL on Sky Sports.
Saints pick is in. I'm predicting Owosu Koromoa with this one. See who the New Orleans Saints pick anyway. Oh. Pick 28. I think it's Owosu Koromoa. Saints selection coming up now. Roger Goodell's at the podium.
With the 28th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Dayton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
Wow. Peyton Turner. I mean, he's a player I know because he was very heavily linked with the Cowboys, and the Cowboys said they were going to consider drafting with the second round pick. He's been taken in the first round by the New Orleans Saints. I mean, this guy's a beast, 6'5", 270 pounds. He's got freakish speed for a big guy. I think he only played about 5 games passes, but he had 5 sacks. Got consistent pressure on the quarterback. He's like I said, 6'5". He's a big defensive end, but very, very athletic. And I think the Saints wanted to get more pass rush, so they get Peyton Turner. Yeah, 10 and a half tackles for loss, 5 sacks 2020, led the team, Peyton Turner, Houston. Interesting pick, to say the least. But I thought it was going to go linebacker. They've gone pass rush. Pick is in, by the way, for the Green Bay Packers already. Kieran's put, Will, if you were Detective Trenchcoat or Leather Jacket. If you were Detective Trenchcoat or Leather... I'm very confused with that comment, Kieran, I'm not going to lie, mate. If you was Detective Trenchcoat or Leather Jacket, I'm lost. You might have to send another comment in and try and refine that. I'm probably being really, really dumb. I'm very, very tired. It's probably me. My mind just completely boggled. I'm not sure what you're actually trying to say there, Detective Trenchcoat or Leather Jacket. I think the Packers pick has got to be a wide receiver. Has to be. Your quarterback's just come out today and said that he's pissed off with the team. The one thing you cannot do is mess his pick up here. But Rodgers, as I said today, he's told members of the Packers franchise that he doesn't want to return to the team. He's told certain members that. All right, there we go. If you were a detective, would you wear a trench coat or leather jacket? There's a debate in Gales. Let me Google trench coat and leather jacket. I think I know what a trench coat is now. Is it? Let's have a look. Yeah, I know what that is. I recognise that. Leather jacket. Thing is, a leather jacket can be so many different things, can't it? I think if you were a stereotypical detective, like what you see a detective wear the most is a trench coat. Like leather jacket, you know, you can wear. You see people wearing leather jackets anyway. If you see someone wearing a trench coat, you instantly think, "Fucking detective, him." That's just my opinion on it, anyway. Roman's put got to be leather jacket. Thing is, I need to see because your image in your head of a leather jacket and my image in my head of a leather jacket might be different. Whereas a trench coat is a trench coat. Do you know what I mean? Like a leather jacket could be anything. Like a leather jacket could be a motorbike jacket, or it could be just like a normal, leather Hugo Boss jacket or something. I don't know. Good lad with a trench coat for the win. Yeah, if I saw a detective, if I was going to be a detective, trench coat's more stereotypical, and I'd rock a trench coat. Because like I said, people will be like, he's a detective. If I saw someone wearing a trench coat compared to a leather jacket and it says point the detective out, I'd point to the person wearing the trench coat. Because I think that's more stereotypical. The pick for the Packers is. It's a good pick, right? The Packers is a really good pick. They took Eric Stokes, the cornerback out of Georgia. This guy flew at his pro day. He's rapid. He's 6 foot tall. He's got good size. He's a very good cornerback. Someone I would have liked on the Dallas Cowboys. However, it's not an offensive weapon for Aaron Rodgers, is it? He doesn't help Aaron Rodgers out. He helps the defense out, but still, it's a good pick, Eric Stokes. I do like him as a player. Eric Stokes, cornerback from Georgia. Oh. But yeah, I think he run a 4.38. No, sorry, he run a 4.29. His pro day. He's rapid. Jair Alexander is a very fast cornerback who they've already got on their roster. Eric Stokes again, another very athletic cornerback. I think he's a very good pick by the Packers. It doesn't help their offense out, but still, a good corner. But yeah, that's 5 corners selected now. The Cowboys, they want a cornerback, and they might have to trade up in the second round to get one. They got that 3rd round pick from the Eagles from trading back, so maybe they could use that as part of leverage, jump up in the second round and get a corner because these corners are flying off the board now. And I want to get at least one. You need at least one corner in this Cowboys team. Daniel Jeremiah is best available. You've got Jeremiah Wosu-Koromoa, Trevon Merrick, Greg Rousseau, Javonte Williams, Elijah Moore, Ojolari away, Joe Tryon, Nick Bolton. Some good players still available, without a doubt. Kieran Sport, he's quality corner, but I just love the fact they've ignored wide receiver again. That's the thing. Like, it's a good pick. Eric Stokes is a really good corner. He's rapid. He fits the scheme well, and you can play him. We can play him along with Jair Alexander, and you can drop Kevin King to the bench because he's useless. But they need someone on offense. They can't have Marquez Valdes-Scantling as the second receiver on the roster. They just can't. And Rowan's put poor Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, poor Aaron Rodgers indeed. Because once again, the Packers ignore the offensive side of the ball. Maybe they can get someone in the second round, but again, Elijah Moore was sitting right there. Steve Smith has compared him to himself, and the Packers have said, nah. Unlucky Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I guess it's better for Rodgers because he's now got a better excuse to get his way out of the franchise. So who knows? The Bills are on the clock. Pick 30. We've got the Bills, the Ravens again, the Buccaneers, and the first round is done. And we move on to the second round where the Jacksonville Jaguars will obviously have the first pick in the second round. Now the pick of the bunch. If Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah falls to you in the second round, Rowan, that's an absolute steal. Because he's a beast. And he helps all three levels of the defense. But I think they're going to take a defensive end here. With ETN off the ball, I think they're going to take a Jesus, it's nearly 5 in the morning. Ooh. Oh. Pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. Probably, I don't know, because they wanted a running back, didn't they? The Bills were after a running back. They made that clear. So the next best running back is probably Javonte Williams or Michael Carter, the two North Carolina running backs. Maybe they take one of those. Maybe they take a defensive end. I forgot what the defensive end on the roster is called. But he's getting up there in age, about 33 years of age, I think. So another pass rusher they could do without the Bills. Obviously, the re-signed Matt Milano, who's a good linebacker, so the defense is still looking pretty good. Got two very good safeties in Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer, but defensive end or running back, I think, here for the Buffalo Bills. And Roger Goodell's coming out onto the podium. Why is it killing me? I got my glasses on. Oh, that's better. Wow. They went defensive end. They've gone Gregory Rousseau. Interesting pick. He finally comes out of the green room anyway. I mean, he's very raw. I had him going to the Buccaneers in my mock draft. The Bills are stacked out there at the end of the day. They really are. So why not bring an athlete like Gregory Rousseau where he can possibly come into something? He's not the best athlete, but he's shown flashes. I think he had like 15 sacks in his first and only season with the Miami Hurricanes. So maybe he can come in and do something for the Bills. Maybe not right away, but down the line, he can become a good player for the Bills. In the back end of the first round, it is what it is, isn't it? He's a former wide receiver as well, apparently. So he's played all over the field. He's 6'6". If he can get it right, he could be a phenomenal defensive end. Yeah, as Daryl Jeremiah was just talking through there as well. Greg Russo's got the inside-outside flex. Plays a defensive tackle, plays a defensive end. And he, like I said, he basically didn't have a clue what we're doing. And he got 19.5 tackles for loss and 15 sacks. And it was his first season at defensive end. So he's kind of played all over. Russo, he was a wide receiver and a safety as well. So he's pretty raw as a defensive end. But the fact that he got all that production without even knowing what he was doing, pretty crazy to think. And we'll see what he can do for the Bills. Obviously, like I said, they got Jerry Hughes, who's kind of getting a bit old now. But Russo, give him maybe a year to develop, he could be a very good pass rusher. He's kind of he's a hit or miss pick for the Bills. He's boom or bust in my opinion. Like I said, 6'6", ridiculous length. Must be a nightmare to block. For offensive tackles with short arms. But yeah, Greg Rousseau is the selection. The Baltimore Ravens are up next, and then it's the Buccaneers, and that's the end of the first round. And it's kind of gone pretty quick, to be fair. It's almost 5 a.m., but we've managed to get through it. Pardon me. Ravens on the clock once again. That first round pick they got from the Chiefs. We'll see if they do anything with it. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. Another commercial break. Yet again.
Enjoy 3 days of high parallel bike racing at the Chester Boom Flight Festival next October. Live on Sky Sports. Kings, queens, fathers, mothers, icons, and outcasts. And now, can you introduce me as children? Fighters, lovers, saviors, survivors, game changers, and chain breakers. This is the year when everyone's invited to Sky Cinema Oscars. Our biggest ever Oscar celebration with over 100 winning movies and the Oscars live. Take your seat for Sky Cinema Oscars. Available now. Search Sky Cinema. Excited about what? The show. What show? Prevent that show. Was it a quiz show? Not quiz show. It's entertainment. It's exciting, mate. So it's not a football show. It's not football. There's more to it than just football. The big script, obviously, it is. I haven't seen it. Just in the show. So what are we going to do this show then? Can't do it like this. So I'm going to do it now.
Oh, bloody hell. Commercial are taking a long time. Going into the final two picks then. The commercial break is over. Baltimore Ravens, they picked Rashad Bateman with their first round pick. The pick is now in for the Ravens once again. We'll see who they take with the second. I think it's going to be a defensive player. I'm going to go with Azeez Ojulari. Defensive end from Georgia, I think will be the pick. See who they pick. Jason Owe. Fair player. Defensive end from Penn State. Didn't have a sack this past season, but a freak athlete. Like I said, if he gets the right coaching, he could be an absolutely phenomenal player. It just seems like Penn State create these ridiculous athletes like Saquon Barkley, phenomenal athlete, Micah Parsons, ridiculous athlete. Now Jason Owe. I don't know what it is, but Penn State creates some freak athletes. Yeah, 6'4", 257 pounds, run a 4.37. That's ridiculous for a defensive end. Yeah, Jason Owe didn't get a sack this past season, mate, but I think he's pretty. I think he's a pretty raw prospect. I think that's what it is. He's a freak athlete. If you give him, give him a chance, why not? Again, it's similar to Russo. I think he could be boom or bust. But like I said, Penn State just create these ridiculous athletes. I don't know what it is. I don't know what they're feeding him. At Penn State, Saquon, Micah Parsons, Jason Owe, pretty crazy. But nearly there, Will Lyle, that prime Clark Kent. I'll cheers her on. Be a good one it to be Superman. Just fly around at the speed of sound. Be pretty OP, that, won't it? And the pick is in already for the Buccaneers. Finally, the Buccaneers, they get a pick in quickly, so we don't have to do a stupid commercial break. The final pick of the draft, let's see what it is. Well, final pick of the first round. Not a bad pick, Joe Tryon. Again, another player that was linked with the Cowboys as a possible second-round pick at defensive end. He's gone first round at Washington. Again, another big defensive end. I thought they would go defensive end. I had them taking Russo in the mock draft, but Russo's obviously off the board now. 6'5", 270 pounds, Joe Tryon. Jason Pierre-Paul, he's a great player, but he's getting up there in age. You've re-signed Shaq Barrett. You want to keep that defensive line fresh. You want to keep those young players coming through and developing. And Joe Tryon, I think, give him time to develop under Jason Pierre-Paul and Shaq Barrett. I think that could be a fantastic pick there for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Joe Tryon out of Washington. And just like that, the Jacksonville Jaguars are back on the clock. Round 2, the first pick. Still some very good names on the board as well. Jeremiah Wusu wasn't taken. So I think if the Jags would get him in the second round with the first pick, will be a quality addition. I think that's done. That is it, done and dusted. So give me a put well done, Will. Quality lads, content and first of all, yeah, cheers, mate. I've really enjoyed that. Good for. I mean, I was getting tired towards the end of it. I mean, it's pretty normal. It's 5 a.m. in the morning, but yeah, I enjoyed it. Like I say, some interesting trades, some picks I didn't see happening. I didn't see the two corners going in the top 10 for sure. The Eagles finally got a wide receiver. The Packers didn't get a wide receiver. Vikings traded back 9 spots and still got a top left tackle. Jags got the 2 Clemson boys in Travis Etienne and Trevor Lawrence. So a good first round overall. Everyone put well, to move on to night 2. Yeah, can't wait for night 2 now. Should be a good one. I think it's a shame I can't stream day 2 because I'm at work. Looking back, probably should have booked the day off. But yeah, day 2 is probably one of my favourite days because it's just like I say, everyone seems to have loads of picks. Some players have fallen into the second round you didn't expect to. There could be some steals. A lot of teams moving up and down, trading and whatnot. So it'll be a good day 2. And yeah, the NFL draft is it's awesome, and it's so good. But yeah, first round was definitely a success tonight. And hopefully the second and third rounds and the later rounds are just as good. But I think I'm going to leave it there for now. In fact, before I do, I'll quickly go through all the picks that were made tonight. So the first pick, obviously, the Jaguars took Trevor Lawrence, quarterback from Clemson. It was going to happen, and it did happen. Rowan had minor issues, but in the end, they ended up taking Trevor Lawrence. Second overall pick was Zach Wilson. Again, another pick that was pretty much set in stone. Yeah, it was going to happen. Got back out of BYU. Pick 3, Trey Lance. People said it was going to be Mac Jones or Trey Lance. In the end, they went with Trey Lance. In my opinion, that's the best option they could have gone with. Pick 4, the Falcons. They stayed at pick 4 and they took the best available player in Kyle Pitts, the tight end out of Florida. 5th overall pick, the Bengals. I said it would happen. I said they would take Jamar Chase. They should have took Penei Sewell, but Jamar Chase is still a quality player. And a good pick up there for the Bengals, playing with Joe Burrow. Pick 6, I've got the Miami Dolphins. They took Jalen Waddle. Again, speedster wide receiver. They picked him up. The Lions, pick 7. They took Penei Sewell, the offensive tackle from Oregon. Pick 8, it was J.C. Horn out of South Carolina, the cornerback. Pick 9 was the other cornerback, Patrick Surtain. The second out of Alabama, he went 9 to the Broncos. Pick 10, the Eagles traded up and took Devontae Smith. Pick 11, the Bears They traded up with the New York Giants and took Justin Fields, the quarterback out of Ohio State. Picked over the Cowboys, moved back 2 spots and got Micah Parsons, linebacker out of Penn State. Pick 13, the Chargers. They sat there and they got Rashawn Slater at 13, the offensive tackle out of Northwestern. The Jets then traded with the Vikings to get Elijah Vera Tucker with the 14th overall pick. The Patriots, they sat at 15. They didn't trade up and they still did it with Mac Jones. Phenomenal for the New England Patriots. Pick 16, Zevin Collins went to the Arizona Cardinals with their new starting linebacker. The Raiders got a new starting offensive lineman in Alex Leatherwood from Alabama, left tackle. Dolphins got a new pass rusher, Jalen Phillips, the hometown kid from the Miami Hurricanes. Pick 19, the Washington football team got another defensive player, Jamin Davis, linebacker out of Kentucky, 19th overall. The Giants, despite trading back, still got an offensive weapon. They got Kadarius Toney from Florida. The Colts, pick 21, they got probably the second best defensive end in the draft with Quay Bay. 22 overall, Tennessee Titans took Caleb Farley and his back issues in college, but still goes in the first round. The Vikings traded back and still got Christian Darrisaw, a new starting left tackle from Virginia Tech. Steelers at pick 24 took Najee Harris, and then back-to-back, the next running back, Travis Etienne, went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Pick 26, the Browns got another cornerback to pair with Greg Newsome. To pair with Denzel Ward, they got Greg Newsome out of Northwestern. Pick 27, the Ravens took Rashad Bateman, wide receiver out of Minnesota. Pick 28, the Saints, they took a flyer and Peyton Turner, defensive end out of Houston. Pick 29, the Packers, they didn't pick a wide receiver. They just might be allergic to wide receivers at this point. They took Eric Stokes, the cornerback out of Georgia. Pick 30, the Buffalo Bills took Gregor Rousseau, the defensive end out of Miami. Pick 31, another defensive end went off the board, Jason Owe from Penn State. And then finally, Joe Tryon. I've not read a banner for him, but Joe Tryon, defensive end out of Washington, went to the Buccaneers with the last pick of the first round. That is the first round done and dusted. Thank you very much for joining me. It's been a long stream, but it's been a very, very worthwhile stream. First round of the draft is done and dusted, but there's still plenty more action to come. Unfortunately, I won't be streaming days 2 or 3. I will be doing reaction videos on Tuesday. On Monday or Tuesday, I'll bring that video out, reacting to some steals that have happened, reacting to the best picks on day 2 and day 3. I think that happened, in my opinion. Obviously, it hasn't happened yet, but we will find that out in a few days. So make sure you keep it with the NFL draft. Day 2, it's going to be a good one. Day 2 is my favourite day of the draft, without a doubt, because just so much crazy stuff goes down. There's some players that slip down the boards, and teams get a lot of steals. So it's going to be a good one. But again, thanks for joining me in this first round. Day 1 of the NFL draft in the first round. It's been very, very fun, very exciting, and I hope you enjoyed day 2 and day 3. I hope you enjoyed the NFL draft, and I'll see you later.